Hello, guys. All right, let me get the game going here. This one's always a bit awkward just because I can't start it without.
Marvelous.
There we go. Without basically locking myself out of OBS temporarily. Awesome. My controller wasn't picking up for some reason. Play. Try that again.
Marvelous.
Hey, Tacos. Hey, Frost Shard. Hey, TR Origins. There we go. Let's review the facts, the scholar told me. Earth scientists have hypothesized so-called parallel worlds, other versions of Earth in its surroundings, expanding indefinitely like mirrored reflections. If true, that would mean that Earth is not only one future, but many. In other words, I wonder if this is important. Think of it like this. The you that you are aware of exists somewhere upon this timeline. It might sound unreal. Humans aren't equipped to perceive, let alone traverse, the wall between worlds. But what if I put it another way? Think of these parallel worlds as other possibilities. Imagine what might have happened in your, or what might have been in your life. Think of the connections that were cut off and thrown away. Options you see now in retrospect that you would never have considered at this time. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try streaming longer today. My goal is actually 4 fights today, not just the 2 I've been doing. But we'll see how this goes. Maybe I get my ass handed to me too many times on fight 1, and we only get through 2 or 3. Picture how your life today might be different had those what ifs come to pass. All those variant futures in everyone's lives make up the vast array of parallel worlds. Your actions, those of the you in this present moment of this particular timeline, can change the world in a number of ways. That proves that possibilities are alive and that your world exists on the proper axis. Conversely, a world where the future cannot be changed, regardless of your choices, can have no parallel worlds. Such a world is nothing but a dead end, a solitary and singular, with the past as immutable as its future. Hey, look, the multiverse looks like a magic circuit. This is a necessary evil, a byproduct of the way parallel worlds are structured together. After all, a world where humanity made radically different choices would bear very little resemblance to the world you know. Some worlds may have crumbled by making all the worst choices. Others may have made all the right ones and rocketed ahead, perhaps too far ahead. In either case, that world can no longer be said to resemble ours, and once a world moves out of sync, it is no longer parallel. Why would those worlds become solitary, you ask? Could the people in those worlds not still make different choices? Unfortunately, no. This dimension contains a finite amount of energy and has none to spare for creating new worlds from worlds gone so far astray. Shouldn't have a hard time at the start. Okay. If parallel worlds continue to increase in this manner, their number would eventually exceed the capacity of this dimension. Parallel worlds must exist, but in a manageable quantity. But my own rough calculations, and judging by the civilization of Earth alone, this solar system would collapse within 100 years if the parallel worlds expanded without limits. I wonder if that'll be important. Seeing as how we do, in fact, live and multiply, the solar system is clearly not oversaturated with possibilities at this time. I extrapolate that this dimension can sustain our existence for another 100 million years. The system works thusly. At regular intervals, the dimension takes stock of possibilities it contains and only allows certain outcomes, those that would not cause undue difficulty in managing the next generation to remain. As for the unneeded parallel worlds, the system closes off their features. Specifically, every 100 years. It calculates how many worlds will last another 100 years and support those worlds only. Have you heard of the law of conservation of mass? This could be called the law of conservation of events. And so the civilization in these numerous parallel worlds line up with one another. Think of it all as a giant tree. Only the trunk at the center can grow tall. The branches may bear fruit, but eventually they reach their limit, fall without reaching the future. You understand, yes? There are no parallel worlds for a world that has evolved too fast or crumbled too quickly. Such worlds are merely dead ends whose outcomes are predetermined. And so there is a set time frame in which these branches are trimmed. Extra possibilities are removed, and future histories, once fluid, turn to stone. The mages of the old world called this time frame the foundation of humanity. Such laws apply to the moon cell as well. The moon cell is a self-updating observatory which continues to record every single incident and possibility on Earth. You could say it makes the same observations on parallel worlds. It's all quite vexing. But in any case, the so-called foundation of humanity governs the moon just as it does Earth, tracking the various spiritron worlds and determining where future will come to an end. Once one passes that event horizon, there is no turning back, nor turning aside. Any lingering ifs become might-have-beens. It is the work of a great invisible hand, no, of a god's invisible hammer. I have named this point the quantum time lock, the event compilation set by an absolute observer. Yes, Dakota Dole, I did hear that Guda Guda Close Call's having a rerun on JP right now. I've actually mostly finished the event. Haven't done the challenge quest yet, and I haven't finished all the missions, but I did everything with Renmaru at least. I vaguely remember being there for that long lecture. I passed through a deep, deep darkness for so long I felt my consciousness fade. To the end of Seraph, and then I set foot into the forbidden territories, where even the light of the moon cell could not reach. This is all fascinating to me that they planned this out so far in advance, because to my understanding, FGO Part 2 was not planned out that far in advance. At least to my understanding. Well, let me thank you, Hakuno Kishinami. It's all thanks to you that we made it this far. Beyond this wall is the Zero Dark, the domain of the Umbral Star, fragment that flew in from space and burrowed into the moon cell. Normally a system manager like myself would never be able to go there, but your assistance has made it possible. Are you at peace with this? You know that Seraph must be protected against all external threats. That is the responsibility of the one who bears the regalia, the prize and the burden of the victor of the Holy Grail War. Understand? I understand. Leave it to me. Very good. That's the spirit, Hakuno Kishinami. Hold your head high and wield your power without hesitation. I nod in agreement and look up at the wall again. It's huge. Seraph has its giant structures, but it's still rare to see anything on this scale. The bizarre architecture gives me the impression of a prison, capable of holding tens of thousands of prisoners. I feel an urge to touch the wall. It's hard as diamond, but smooth as silk. Normally, Seraph only builds objects out of the same materials found on Earth. The touch alone tells me that this came from somewhere else. There's no doubt that this belongs to an invader, something from beyond Earth, made from pseudo-spiritrons, just as Archimedes said. It's an external threat. I'm afraid anyone would be. Inside this place sleeps a monster who nearly destroyed both the Earth and the Moon. And now they expect me, one lone wizard, to defeat it. If only Saber were here. That's not possible. If we bring a powerful servant here, the enemy would sense our intrusion. However strong or high-ranking a servant might be, nothing from the moon cell could ever defeat the vanguard of the Umbral Star. There's only one way to win. We must use the regalia to slay the monster before it awakens. That's why you and I are here. Besides, you wouldn't want to waste your servant's life in a hopeless battle, would you? Oh, what was that? The monster must be stirring in its sleep. Well, well, how perfectly horrid. But that also means I'm right. The enemy hasn't noticed just the two of us yet. This is the best chance to strike off its head. Let's sneak in through the breach. Please don't make a sound. Is everything clear, Hakuno Kishinami? Such a trustworthy individual. I don't think Ranmaru's in the pilgrimage shop in JP yet. Time and space are terribly unstable here. Like melting candy, this place is somehow both infinitely large and infinitely small. 14,000 years ago, the umbral star Velber came to this solar system. And it came in this, a piece of the umbral star, plunged into the other side of the moon and physically dug itself into the moon cell core. It hacked the moon cell from the inside, creating its own territory within pseudo-spiritron world. The moon cell severed its network from the fragment of the umbral star, sealing the corruption here in the Zero Dark. But that was all it could do. It managed to protect itself, but not the Earth. The umbral star pillaged this moon cell's resources and sent its own data to Earth, creating a physical body. Interesting. So the umbral star pillaged the moon cell's. Then how does that work in the? Because we know from FGO that the White Titan isn't limited to just extra worlds where the moon cell exists, and the moon cell, to my understanding, isn't in every FGO world. It can communicate to other FGO or to other Type Moon worlds, but it's not in every Type Moon world line. That was the White Titan that devastated Earth at the time. It was known as Sepher, the Anti-Cell. Up ahead is its true form, a monster born only to destroy civilizations. Do you hear me, Hakuno Kishinami? Be on your guard and don't ever drop it. If you want to protect Seraph, if you want to see your servant again, do not hesitate. Yeah, the leaf shop's interesting. Sometimes you have servants that are like, yeah, they aren't here. Like, they're not in there, and they're like real old. And other times, like, their servant's not even in NA yet. We just got, I think, 2 of them that aren't in NA yet. I see, Tacos. It's certainly Funny Vamp's problem. I gasp at the unexpected view. Beyond the darkness is not some alien hellscape, but an old cave. It wouldn't be that out of place anywhere else in Seraph. Please do not be deceived. Or would be out of place anywhere else in Seraph. This is not the true nature of the Umbral Star. It's only a facsimile of Earth-like scenery. Though I can understand your reaction, my eyes were deceived for a moment. Who could imagine that the Titan that destroyed the Earth would be sealed away in a room with such treasures? Treasure. Gold. The floor of the cave is buried in it. A vast, endless mountain of coins, clinking and falling as we walk. The shining hoard reflects the light that streams in from the ceiling, softly illuminating the room. Amidst all the treasures, a giant altar. I've heard rumors of a Mayan temple somewhere underground on Earth. And this cave definitely reminds me of some lost world relic. But I don't see any sign of the enemy. The altar seems like the most likely place to look. Quiet! Don't make a sound when you step. I told you the enemy's already in front of us. Please be more careful. The enemy's already in front of us. How did you not see the giant-ass woman, Hakuno? No, it can't be. As my eyes lift upwards, I try to breathe quietly as I can. There. How did you miss that, you blind... Hit the moon and just went straight for Earth. Wow, a room full of treasures. A titan with white hair and dark skin is sleeping on top of the altar. I literally can't believe my eyes. It's not that I'm terrified. It doesn't even feel frightening at all. I'm not used to seeing anything that huge, and my perception can't keep up. I've seen a number of strange or giant weapons before in the past. I know I've seen things much more terrible than what's in front of me now. But even so, none of it compares. The impact of seeing it slams through my head and leaves me paralyzed. In some distant, abstract way, I'm ashamed of myself. Humans can accept the existence of all kinds of other creatures, but the idea of a greater, grander human feels like a threat to our very existence. How could anything have, with this much mass, even move and breathe? What could any human do to stop it? The stone monument of Altamira, the Titan of Sephir. This is the magnitude of the being who can destroy even the moon. Now we must strike at once. Use the regalia, calm the power of the moon cell, and take off its head. As hard as I'm shaking right now, I can barely hear Archimedes screaming at me. I'm in awe, the same awe people must have felt when they saw their gods in ancient times. I've almost forgotten how to breathe. But I can't freeze up forever. This is it. Right in front of me, the vanguard of the umbral star itself, destroyer of the earth and moon. I come to my senses and... No, I shouldn't do it. I can't quite explain why, but killing it feels wrong. The ground shakes, the mountain rises. Her movements are so dignified and graceful I can barely believe what I'm seeing. The cave's atmosphere changes. I can feel blackness eating away at my heart. I can feel myself being crushed under terrible lies. My eyes are working, but I feel like I've just gone blind. Whatever it is, it's enormous, and I can't take it all in at once. This itself is a piece of the umbral star. The earth-ravaging titan, the absolute threat to humanity. And it's waking up. And it knows we're here. Good morning. Who are you? She has to know I'm an intruder, but her words are calm and articulate. Dude, you're laying on it a bit thick, aren't you? Haku no Kishinami, hurry with the regalia's strike. With the regalia. She's waking up. We still have time. Hurry, now's the time to end this monster's life. Archimedes' repeating warnings echo in my head, but... Is she really a monster? I can't hurt her. There's no way. I don't feel any hostility from her. No intent to kill. The Titan, Sephir, as Archimedes calls her, doesn't seem to want to hurt us at all. In fact, it's just the opposite. I feel embarrassed that we came to kill her just because of her size. She's trying to be considerate towards us. She's keeping her movements as slight as possible in order to not scare us. She's waiting for us to make a move. In other words, now's the time to talk to her. I can't believe this. What are you doing? You are the protector of the moon cell and of Seraph, wielder of the regalia. Yes, she's terrifying. Yes, she looks human. But whatever her disguise, she is not human at all. We have no choice but to slay her. We are prisoners, and this is the only way to be free. You are the one. You have to do it. Don't you see? This is why the regalia exists. This is why the moon cell exists. The regalia. I see the moon cell chose to seal itself off from me. That was the obvious choice, but much too simple. So that means yes, you're the one who's going to fight me. That's why you snuck into my sleeping quarters. Thank you, Archimedes. I really appreciate you laying it on thick like that. Hakuno might get on with Tombo. Can't say that about it. The Titan's eyes fill with hostility. Her consideration is gone. I can see she's a true warrior, and I'm not. Now that she's identified a threat, I know she'll show no mercy. How foolish. This isn't even an ant challenging a human. This is an ant challenging a Titan. Oh my goodness. Humans do love their pointless gestures. She shows no hesitation. She turns half her body one way, but that's just misdirection. She then reaches down with a ridiculously giant hand and grabs me with the force of an avalanche. It's impossible to dodge. This isn't even a battle. She just grabs me and squeezes all the air out of my lungs, clamping me between her fingers. I feel her raising me high off the floor. I try to resist, but I can't move a single muscle. My body creaks and cracks in protest. Am I really going to be squeezed to death? How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen so fast? Wonderful, wonderful! You're wonderful, Sepher. I knew you could do it, but so easily after all this. Oh, this is so sweet. I was ready to strike from behind just in case, but you finished it in one swipe. Marvelous! Marvelous. Good day, and thank you for all your hard work, my foolish sovereign. The moon cell miscalculated when it chose you. I can hear Archimedes' voice. What is he saying? You still don't know, Kishinami? Typical. You never suspected a thing all the way here. I'm lucky you were such a kind-hearted soul. If the Regalia had fallen to someone more selfish, they never would have trusted me. One more lesson. Pay attention, evil people, for all the chaos they inspire have always left the world intact. So who's to blame now? It's obvious, isn't it? Whenever the world really goes to hell, it's because someone like you with all your good intentions. Now then, you understand the situation, Sepher. The Regalia is literally in your hand. No servant could properly destroy it, but an anti-cell like you should have no problem. Destroy the Regalia, shut down the moon cell's functions, and strike the hour of Velber's coming. Velber's coming? You're not a servant of the moon cell. Who are you? Why did you betray this human? What? Are you curious? I was given to understand that you were a mindless destroyer. Must be in excess of superfluous functions. No matter, I am Archimedes, the former system admin of the moon cell. Now I'm the same as you. I too await the arrival of the Umbral Star. I'm a servant who sides with Velber, no more, no less. Or can you not tell on sight? Like you, I have pledged my body to the Umbral Star. Archimedes is Velber's servant? Ah, how could this have happened? I know I'm not that smart, but I wouldn't have thought he was playing me for a fool. No, now's not the time to be angry at myself. I just have to get out of here. If I die now like this, I'll never be able to show my face around Saber or the others again. No way! He's a traitor? Useless. Do you not understand that the more you resist, the more you'll suffer? Humans are beyond understanding. Even though they have access to irrefutable logic, they hide from it with hopes and feelings. And now this fool sees what comes of that. Go ahead, Sepher. Crush that flawed little mess in the Regalia with it. You're right. This human has nothing but of value but the Regalia. And I am here to destroy the moon cell. It's no use. I can't escape. I can't move an inch. It's as if the entire world is pressing against me. In another few seconds, I'll be ground meat. It's hopeless. Will I die just as Archimedes planned? It's terrifying, obviously, but it's also infuriating. I feel like some sort of a big, important chance is being taken away from me. That's it. This is wrong. It's not supposed to end here. I think back to when I first walked in and saw her. If Archimedes hadn't interfered, this whole encounter could have gone very differently. I think this has to mean something. I access the Regalia. I search for a way to break out of the situation. I find one in a fraction of a second. A physical body cannot be transferred out of this territory, but the mind and soul can be split and transferred away. This is reckless. It's basically certain death. It might not save me, but at least I'll be out of here. It's almost a kind of suicide, but all I want to do right now is disappear. I don't care. It's not like I have any other choice. Well, this isn't the first time I've been this desperate, and hopefully it won't be the last. What? Transferring through the Regalia? No, we're in the Zero Dark. There's no way you could transfer out of here. Although, since you do own the Regalia, in theory it might be possible to... Wait. That girl must be insane. Even she would never use that option. Basically, a pure logical type of humanity is illogical to live. Yeah, it makes sense. I saw two of them transfer out of my cave. What just happened? Impossible. How could this happen? No one could ever be that desperate. Splitting the Regalia and yourself into 3 pieces? Splitting into 3. That's... how reckless. It's because you were slacking off, Sepher. Why'd you hesitate to make the kill? That was our enemy. You're wrong. I had no interest in killing that human. What? It's true, we don't need to keep the Regalia owner alive, but I didn't need to kill her either. That girl had no hostility toward me. I won't kill her until I've repaid this favor. I will make that girl mine. No, you cannot touch her without my permission. What? Are you calling yourself the Vanguard of the Emerald Star? Are you just muscle, or are you really that slow? Remember why you exist, Anti-Cell. You are the White Titan. From the tier of the star, your duty is to call Velber forth. You're a nuisance. I will perform my duty. I will conquer the Moon Cell and destroy the land. And Velber will come. My role, my existence, they cannot be changed, but... You displease me, Archimedes. I won't hold back next time. Don't show your face in front of me again. How pointless. Are you just another emotional idiot? Very well. No matter what, you cannot rebel against the Emerald Star. Bring down the Moon Cell any way you like, but bring it down. I'll handle things on my own way. You stay here in this prison and protect that shell of a human. That's why she's ours. I'm in a huge room, a sealed pit like a temple or an underwater cave or a prison. Why am I here? I don't know where I am, or what happened to me, or even who I am at all. My back hurts. I can hardly breathe. I can't even move my body. My name? I do know my own name. But even now, there's something my entire being is trying to tell me. I need to run. I need to get out. I don't need to know what's going on. I need to go now and figure it out later. A Titan? I gasp. I try to understand. I don't understand, of course. I don't. This is a dream. That's why my head feels so light. Anything can happen right now. But if I close my eyes, I'm sure I'll wake right up. Sheepworker. Yeah, things make sense now. Oh god, this is no dream. Running through the sea of gold coins is hard enough, but no matter how far I run, the exit doesn't get any closer. This space has been altered somehow. I'll never reach that exit, and I know it. If it were possible to leave, then the Titan would have. You just don't learn, do you? Scrambling under my feet like that is very annoying. Her giant hand swoops down towards me. I remember an old fairy tale about a boy who climbed a beanstalk into the sky. He found a giant's house there and was caught by the giant himself. Yeah, Ilya's castle in only a couple weeks. No, I can't escape. She's got me. The giant has me right in the palm of her hand. I still can't breathe, but I can still breathe, but I can't move. She's going to kill me. I know it. A long moment passes in total silence. Then I dare to open one eye. See? No more running. Guess that makes you my prisoner now, doesn't it? I look into her eyes and see not a cold-blooded monster, but a being with reason and heart. On a side note, how did that story of the boy and the giant end again? Oh, are you? I tried to be careful, but are you hurt somewhere? I fall back on her hand and shake my head to show that she didn't hurt me at all. The Titan lets out a sigh of relief. I'm Altera, and this cave is my domain. Now, what's your name? Can you tell me? Hey, yo, this is Kandar. The question is so surprising that I jerk involuntarily. Hakuno Kishinami, I tell her. My name, the only 2 words that I own for myself. I try not to look away as I say them. Hakuno Kishinami. I'm not too familiar with human names, but Yours had a nice ring. All right, Hakuno Kishinami, it is. Don't worry, I'll never forget it. Her smile showed a mix of shyness and humility. I feel dizzy, and I almost fall out of her hand. A moment ago, she looked like a mountain of death, but now? How can she seem so beautiful now? I'd expect those red eyes to be full of menace, but instead, they look more like the eyes of a benevolent goddess. Wait, hold on. Am I thinking straight? Wasn't I running away in mortal terror just a moment ago? It's not like I've forgotten that, but, well, for one thing, I don't even know why she grabbed me in the first place. Are you wounded? You don't seem to have any cuts, thank goodness. But did you hit your head? That's where your memories are stored, even in digital bodies, right? Memories? Now that she reminds me, I can't remember much of anything, not even where I came from. What is this cave anyway? What am I doing here? Bigger question, who am I? I have no idea. None at all. My memories are completely blank. You seem confused. I can't blame you. I don't know much about myself either. If you don't even know what kind of being I am, and you don't even know what kind of being I am, do you? Well, she's right about all of that. All I know is that I'm here with the name Hakuno Kishinami in a digital body staring up at a giant woman. Wait, digital body? Right, because this is Seraph on the moon. I'm a wizard, that's why I have this body, or at least why I should. Or it should. I fought in the Holy Grail War as a Spiritron hacker. I was one of the masters who strive for the moon cell. I made a contract with the servant who fought for me. Okay, if I can remember that much, what else can I remember? Who was my servant? That, to my dismay, I can't remember at all. Remember, we fought all kinds of battles together, and... please don't move around too much. You were just... Good job! Moving freely now, I jump straight down. There's something I need to do. I don't remember why, but I have a duty. And the drive to do it is burning in my chest. Protect Seraph. The words ring out through my mind like a bell. You just don't learn. Such a tiny body, and you treat it so carelessly. That isn't some form of... I don't know. Do you not see that it's pointless? No human can escape from me. I could grab you again with no effort at all. Why would you ever try to run? I can't properly answer that. Even if I opened my mouth right now, all I'd be able to tell her is the truth. Or, as little as I understand of it, I have to escape. Even if I don't know where I am or what's going on, I feel it in my gut that I can't obey her. I have to go against her. That's right. It's like that purpose has been burned into my heart. Oh no, I see. Well, that could lead to something else, then. Even though you were the one who tried talking to me. What is she talking about? I know this much. With her, any mistake I make could be my last. She's obviously more dangerous than any other servant, but... is there more to her than that? Why am I not seeing? What have I forgotten? I know I've forgotten something, right? So what I need to do now is stay calm. I have to keep my head down, keep my eyes and ears open, gather all the information I can, and figure out what's happening. I bow my head and close my mouth, tight as I look over the Titan. Despite her overwhelming size, she has a very feminine, almost delicate appearance. If I start talking again, she might listen. So the first thing I say to her is... What exactly are you? Yes, I don't think that's the first question I should answer. I do think it's the first question I should answer. I can see you're still a bit off balance. I'm sorry for that, Hakuno Kishinami. I am Altera, and I am, without a doubt, your enemy. No, your people's enemy. My goal is to invade Seraph and take control of the moon cell, and to destroy and consume all civilizations on the planet Earth. By Earth's calendars, the Umbral Star invades from the depths of space every 14,000 years, and I am its vanguard. I am the enemy of all life, and the destroyer of all civilizations. The records of Seraph, the White Titan, refer to me as at my most terrible. What she said sounds unbelievable. I know it's the truth. Not because she triggered some other memory of mine, but because her voice and her expression convinced me beyond any doubt. A monster with the power and bearing of a goddess. And she's declared war on humanity. She said so herself. You're quite brave. I can see you're shaking, but you're still trying to stand up to me. Just as I'd expect from the Moon Cell's chosen defender. At least, it's what I would expect if you could resist at all. You have no freedom to do any such thing, now that you're my prisoner. Didn't I tell you? You're my prisoner now. You know what servants are, the heroic spirits bound by contracts to masters. I'm a little different, but I still have a high-level digital body, so I can make a contract with you. And in making you my master, I've made you mine in every other sense. Master? That doesn't sound right to me. Masters are supposed to give orders to their servants, not the other way around. This is all wrong. Oh, right you are. I was able to borrow a bit of the Holy Grail's architecture to redefine our relationship, so it's not what you'd normally expect. In any case, you're officially my prisoner. With a capital P, your existence is tied to mine and you can't escape in any way. Yes, I needed someone like you. I can't leave this cavern. Someone who has to roam Seraph in my place. Can't leave, she says. I can relate to that, but wait, she wants me to roam Seraph without her? Yes, that's right. I won't lie to you. You're my prisoner, after all. I have no reason to lie to you, do I? How about it? Will you grant my wish? A wish it is it? I wonder if I have a choice. Can I say no? You want to refuse in your situation? Well, I suppose that it's your decision, but I would consider it a betrayal, and then I'd have to treat you less kindly. A shiver runs up my spine. She's still calm and civil, but she also well beyond deadly. I'd better not betray her right now. The hell? Ah, there it is. My alarm system. It automatically senses when the enemy is advancing into the Zero Dark. The Moon Cell has likely summoned a top servant to kill me, in order to maintain its world order. There is no more time to delay your decision. Your debut is at hand, prisoner. Fight that servant for me, and I'll let you consider it a short break from the cage. What do you say to that? What if I say no? Oh, do you mean you'd rather fight me? I'm prepared to give it my all if you are. I think it would be best to hold off on that. She has the edge in height and reach, and on top of that, I'm in a cage. There's no version of this where I won't win or escape, and besides, agreeing with her seems to be the best strategy for now. It might be the only way out of this cavern, so I nod along. Escape is my #1 priority, but I'll have to make it a long-term goal. Great, then I'm counting on you, Master. Take care. I'm sure you'll be just fine. Though you are up against a powerful heroic spirit, a top servant, as I said, please do be careful. Add Manganobu to the list. Ha! No one's here. I wasn't sure I could ever escape. I certainly didn't think it would be this easy. But what was she thinking when she let me leave? Does she really need me to go fight for her? Was she counting on me to listen to her without any way to force me to keep my promise? Oh, I'll have plenty of time to think about that once I get out of here. I need to find someplace quiet and sort out what's been happening. Damn it! Did you think you managed to escape? How unfortunate. You're still my prisoner, inside or outside the cave. Altera's in front of me. She's the size of a normal human now, but it's still definitely her. Same smooth skin, same bright hair and clothes. She said she couldn't go outside. I don't think she was lying, but then the woman in front of me is... Honestly, I have no idea. There she is, looking just like the bigger Altera I left behind. I've failed to escape. I know that much. You're surprised, yet so calm. Has being a master hardened your nerves? Your resolve will make you a suitable warrior. Regardless, the main body can't leave the cavern. What you're seeing is a figure made from the main body's dreams. Don't strain yourself thinking about it. Just think of us as separate aspects of a single person. I'm your servant, prisoner. Like any other heroic spirit, in a sense. Let's eliminate the enemy together. I don't quite get it, but I'll take her at her word. I'll call her Altera too, then. Call me whatever you want. I'll do the same for you. I don't know what it... I don't know it works exactly, but the Titan in the cavern must be the main body. They look the same, except for their scale, but if I had to pick one as the most beautiful, I'd have to go with the shorter one. Don't waste your breath on the obvious. Of course smaller is cuter. So the two of them are the same person. Okay, let's make this easier. I'll call this one in front of me Hero Altera and the one in the cave Titan Altera. Let's see what she thinks about that. I'd say that's a waste of breath, but it's easier for you than fine. Break the game with her size? Now, let's go. We have to wipe out the invaders. Oh, one thing first. Give it to me. Give her what? I can't think of anything right now. All I have is my life and this digital body. No, you have the ring. Hand it over. Give it to me and you'll truly be my prisoner. I won't take no for an answer. Now, don't waste any more of my time. She can't threaten me into giving her what I don't have. But as soon as I try to tell her that, I remember I have my life, my body, and this ring on my left hand. Is this some sort of mystic code? No, it isn't. Looks like one, but it's far more powerful. Should I hand it over to someone like her? I'd love to take more time and think that over, but I really don't have the time right now. Not like that. It won't mean anything unless you put it on me. Now do it. Don't be hesitant. It's a strange feeling. I imagine this is how a knight might feel when stripped of his sword and rank. Actually, it's almost like I'm taking her in holy matrimony. Good. Wise decision, Hakano Kishinami. This is the ring that rules over Seraph, the regalia that grants the royal authority to the Moon Cell. By bestowing this ring on me, you've cemented our bond. I'm sure you can feel our connection through the command seals. The ring to rule Seraph, the Moon Cell's royal authority. Did I just hand the enemy something unthinkable? On top of that, the command seals. What I just did can't be taken back. No need to panic now. If you'd refused, I'd have killed you. You did the right thing. Warrior or not, you wouldn't have wanted to die in vain. That aside, you're right about not being able to take it back. You are now officially my prisoner. Forever. Now, let's take care of the enemy. You stay in there. Don't worry, I'll let you roam around for a bit after the battle. In the meantime, feel free to use Codecast. If you're willing to lend a hand, that is. From the ending of this game. Oh, we'll get to the ending when we get there. If Tammy saw this. When will I awaken from this dream? A lot slower of an attacker than Nero and Tom Maul. Give her that. Go stop the other plant. Wow, this is a really, really long hallway. There we go. Thank you, Iskandar. I'm honored.
進行する。プラントがいる。我がトルコ。先にあれを始末するぞ。うし。その文明を破壊する。うし。そこだ。私は止められない。その文明を破壊する。消えろ。この体である。私も成長できる。うるしい。全てを消し去ろう。全てを消し去ろう。私は止められない。消えろ。そこだ。全てを消し去ろう。その文明を破壊。殲滅する。
I'll go stop that plant in 2 seconds.
分身の力、我が手にある。その文明を破壊する。飛べ。そこだ。
Okay. I need to go stop that plant, like, now.
プラントがいる。我がトルコ。先にあれを始末するぞ。戦闘再開する。私は止められない。そこだ。
Right in time.
プラントがいる。我がトルコ。先にあれを始末するぞ。うるしい。その文明を破壊する。消えろ。全てを消し去ろう。軽いな。その文明を破壊する。うるしい。私は止められない。まだ足りない。
Alright, last one.
その文明を破壊する。
Is it going to try to take me to a boss arena, or is it going to drop the boss into here? Nope, dropping the boss here. Alright, I'm going to try taking this sector, or at least... An in-fight cutscene, huh? Top servants are capable of controlling enemy programs, but probably because the moon cell allows them to. There are more of them here than I'd expect. Enemy programs, attack programs, to put it more precisely, coded by the moon cell, they attack targets automatically. A normal wizard would have trouble controlling even one, but here there's an army of them. And here Altera destroys one after another with her calm and cold precision. It's like a fighting machine, reaping through her enemies without hesitation or remorse. Knowing she aims to destroy the world, I wasn't planning on helping her with my codecasts. But I guess that's a moot point, since she clearly doesn't need them.
私はた
I'll slaughter my enemies. It's all I do. It's all I'm good for. It's all I need to be good for. Ah, it seems my enemy has brilliant sword skills. You destroyed so many of my troops just like that. True, this is a Fuyuki base map. Attack programs? Is that what they're called? No souls, no will? But you know I think they're cute in their own way. Like how they rush into battle for the King of Conquerors, not caring that they might get smashed. They're no elites, but they'll do. Anyway, don't you think you went a little too hard on them? At least show some passion about it, will you? The King of Conquerors. You are Kandar of Macedonia. Indeed I am the King of Conquerors, the one and only. And no one else outside mighty Persia is worthy of the name Iskandar. What about yourself? You know who I am, but what do I call you? I've never heard of that name. I can think of a few warriors with strength like yours, but no idea who you are. Have you got a skill to hide your true identity? No, or I'd see black fog around you. Is that more Fate Zero fan service? He just referenced Lancelot. He's so relaxed that even as he chats with us on the battlefield, we haven't yet experienced the depths of his mana or the power of his noble phantasm, but it's already clear that he's a great hero. This is the top servant who was meant to save Seraph, a great hero summoned to defeat Altera. Anyway, it doesn't matter what your true name is. You know why I'm here, right? To fix Seraph and take out this Titan or whatever it is. You look a little tiny for a human, although I do like that noble phantasm of yours. All that being said, take my advice. Stay out of my path. And if I refuse? Then I have no choice but to ride right through you. My policy is never make detours. Do what you have to, King of Conquerors. Well, I may have been out of the game for a while, but I can still teach you a thing or two, so listen up. What you're doing here is not trampling. It's not a rampage. You're not even conquering anything. It's... looks like you have your reasons. I was going to scold you for being out of control, but I can't expect you to rein it in. Well, who am I to criticize the way you live? What am I doing giving out life advice anyway? Alright, so that just leaves one thing. If I can't reason with you, let's fight it out. Then you'll understand. Altera, I challenge you to a duel. Witness the way of the King of Conquerors. I will trample down the road you stand on. Hi, Iskandar. I don't really want to fight you immediately. I want to go stop that. Get rid of that plant. Where did that plant run to? Where the hell is the plant? Are you actually hiding right now? Oh, she does not even have a moon crux. Okay. Oh, I was wondering if the Noble Phantasm Circuit would drop. It was in another sector. I could only see it because I couldn't see it because it was hidden behind the numbers, though. Your philosophy doesn't apply to me. This is the end result. Even if you held back, it's clear that you lost, King of Conquerors. Compared to Iskandar's passion, Altera is completely mechanical. Her thoughts are clear as her body is fierce. Without any regard for her own life, without a spark of warmth, Altera fights like an avalanche and she wins. Leave everything to the strongest. Weren't those your last words, great king? Now you'll hear from me, the strongest of all. Very well, I can't argue with that. A loss is a loss. I'll serve you. I, Rider Iskandar, will join the white hero Altera for now. Wield my strength to the best of your ability. If you can harness it, that is. I don't remember ever feeling this kind of ecstatic excitement before. It must be coming from him. Even if he has his own agenda, he admitted his loss right away. King of Conquerors Iskandar. I don't think we've ever met, but I know his name. He was one of the greatest kings in the world. He commanded many ferocious warriors and heroes. I see him standing there with his fearless grin, and I feel his magnetism radiating off of him. I have no need to harness it. I'll pave the path of destruction and you follow. The battles ahead will most likely be your last. I herald the end of civilization on Earth, the end of everything. But what will that mean for Altera herself? She's the polar opposite of the King of Conquerors, a cold, calculating destroyer. You've defeated the protector of the world. Will you ever be anything but my enemy? You did well. You didn't lift a finger for me, but you still did your duty as my master by supplying me with mana. You must be very tired. Get a good rest. Inside the cavern, of course. After winning the battle, we're welcomed back home with empty silence. It couldn't hurt for Altera to gather her new recruits in this room. Specifically, could she be maybe called the King of Conquerors here? I don't plan to summon him here without good reason. When the time comes for him to ride into battle, then I'll call him. This is the Zero Dark. It's a place for no one else but you and I. That makes sense. If this is the Umbral Star's territory, it would be hard for even a top servant to keep materializing here. After all, this place belongs to the world's greatest enemy. So Altera has no friends in battle. What is it? You have something to say? Say it. Then get back to the cavern. When the time comes, I'll deploy you again. Your job is to restore mana. Do you understand that, prisoner? Prisoner? Prisoner or not, I am her master. I can channel mana and use command seals. Even if it's not exactly the same in her case, the principles are still similar, so maybe. Maybe there's something I can do for the world. Not necessarily something heroic per se, but... Welcome back, my prisoner. You're safe. I'm sorry for using up so much of your mana. I tend to not hold back in a fight. From time to time, that may put too much stress on you. But please don't worry. I'll always leave you enough mana to live on. The outside me may seem intimidating, but I'll try to be gentle. In fact, I'll make sure of it, okay? Her choice of words make it sound like they're two different people. Everything about Hero Altera, especially in battle, is the opposite of her. Her expressions, her body language, even her tone of voice. But they both have the same divine look and those same red eyes. Her gentle manner stirs something inside me, something small, hesitant feeling, even though I know she's an enemy monster. Maybe she and I should talk more. But the bits and pieces of my memory are warning me, saying I should fight, be suspicious of her, be afraid of her, fulfill my duty. If I really have become her master, I should try to control and subdue her in any way I can. No, that would be wrong. No, I'll hold off. Even if she does call herself the enemy, and even if she did just defeat one of the world's greatest protectors, whichever Altera is, I can still talk to her. Even Hero Altera, as much as she acts like a killing machine, still has feelings, I think. Is something the matter? Ah, are you exhausted? I see. I should be careful not to overuse my noble phantasm, then. See, we can talk like this. We can share ideas and our opinions and our feelings. Then maybe. Oh, I'm sorry to have put you in there now. It'll heal you up a bit, at least. You're just a bundle of cuteness. Just in case, let me tell you something now. Maybe you already know this, but it'd be very sad if we had a misunderstanding. My master, my prisoner, I'll send you out to fight again soon, just like today. Of course, my other self will be out there too. Please don't even think about turning on me. If you do, I'll have to tear your digital body line from mine. I'm not like most heroic spirits. Even without a master, I can keep myself going by just expending my own health. It looks like I should forget everything I know about masters and servants work together. I'm the one who will have to obey her. Controlling her with command seals is out of the question. You're human. That means your survival instincts will always come first, right? Please follow that instinct. There's no shame in that. Even if you're afraid of me or if you hate me, I don't mind that. But you are my prisoner. Please don't forget that. There we go. Looks like I'm utterly trapped here. I can't go on like this. At this rate, I'll end up helping the Umbral Star whether I want to or not. I'm out of ideas now. If I can get out of this cage, I have to do something as soon as possible. That's right. She's watching. She's definitely watching. It's like her eyes are boring a hole in me. Does Titan Altera even sleep at all? If not, is she just going to keep staring at me? Titan Altera doesn't seem violent, and she seems willing to talk, but if she keeps me here long enough, she might eventually talk me into helping her destroy the world. Alright, I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm not even going to put us on a wait screen, because I just need to get myself something to drink. Okay. Told you it wouldn't be long. Are we going over all the giants that Nasu has written over the years? The giant woman? Terra the Tsundere, dearest Tsundere. Or Kudere. I'm being watched. She's been watching me like this the entire time. The awkward silence. I have no idea what to say or whether I should say anything, or whether she's even thinking about talking to me. Just like that, all day literally, she's been staring at me continuously with that same smile, without ever getting tired or bored. Did I say all day? It's been a week. That's how long it's been since she beat the King of Conquerors. Yep, 1 week, 7 days, give or take. Space doesn't work the same way in here as it does outside, but time still does. And here we are. Same cavern, same treasure on the floor, same cage, same Titan. I want out. Staring at the same four walls for the last 7 days has given me an incredible case of cabin fever. But I can't go anywhere. All I can do is what she's doing. Stay right here and watch her like she's watching me. Hakuno. Those cage bars have massive holes in them. Just make another suicidal leap. You did it one time already. My prisoner, now that I think about it. You must be hungry. Of course, this cavern can maintain your body's functions, but don't humans get hungry? I'm sorry. Here I am, thinking about myself, not even noticing your worries. Here you go, full of nutrition. But I suppose you can't eat it like that. I understand. Pig chicken. How about that? How about now? Does this look tasty? I just changed the outer data, but it's not really the same as proper cooking, but I did my best to make it more delicious. I hope it suits your tastes. Look, there's only one way to try, and I haven't seen Hakuno try yet. Or to find out, and that's to try. Her unexpected kindness throws me off balance. My observations, including the ones about how to escape, are teaching me more about her. The Titan in the cavern, a servant who controls her master, a monster called T.H.E, who's not quite a heroic spirit, but with a smile and the bearing of a goddess. Her guard is completely down. She's still watching me, but not as carefully. I know it because I've been watching her the whole time, every movement, every word. She doesn't suspect a thing. Master, if you don't eat soon, it's going to get cold. Oh, no, wait. I set it up so it wouldn't really get cold. But if you still ought to eat while it's fresh off the stove. Even if she's not being cautious, she's still talking to me every chance she gets. So I haven't had a chance to try messing with the cage. All in all, no matter how much she lowers her guard, there's no practical way to break myself out. After weeks of observation, I've learned one thing. I'm out of options. In order to maintain my digital body, I need to share some of her resources. She served me drinks already this week, and none of them were spiked with viruses as far as I know. So that means... Would you please eat it? Unless you forget your bento. Titan turkey. Thank goodness you cleaned your whole plate. And I'm sorry for not realizing sooner. You can't live on drinks alone, can you? I have a lot to learn about people like you, but I'm afraid I haven't come around to it yet. I know the relevant information, but the experience, that's something else. At first, I don't know what she's talking about. Is Altera referring to me specifically, or to humans in general? Strictly speaking, digital bodies don't need to eat food, but wizards still naturally crave the experiences and habits they're used to, like eating and drinking. I thought maybe she meant she wants to learn more about humanity, but apparently she's only talking about me. So then what kind of experience is she looking for? If she didn't even understand that humans get hungry, I almost said hangry, what knowledge or experience does she have? That's a good question, actually. What has she experienced in her past? Destruction. Battle 14,000 of your years ago. What I experienced in the physical body I created was mostly during that time. Annihilation in the name of the Umbral Star. I destroyed a good half your world's civilizations personally. Every life form I laid eyes upon fought me, resisted me, and so I didn't have much of a chance to observe human habits or other such customs. I was like that until the very end. My power wasn't enough, and I collapsed and broke down. Again, what happened 14,000 years ago? It sounds like some mythical epic, but I don't think she's lying. At least it makes more sense. If she didn't literally destroy the Earth, but rather collapsed in the middle of trying. If she's been out of power ever since, that explains how humanity's been able to grow and prosper, not having to worry about her. We've built and maintained civilization all the way up to the 21st century, long enough for me to become a wizard and try for the Holy Grail. That's all I experienced on Earth. My mainframe has been here ever since. And until the Umbral Star comes back to this galaxy, Here is where I'll stay. I'm sorry. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but I'm afraid I'll still be a burden to you. To you, I must seem like a big, ignorant hazard. She's ashamed of her inexperience. Whatever she does know, she's never had a chance to put it into practice. I don't know if it's my place to call her ignorant, but that aside, I understand what she's trying to say. This kind of understanding doesn't come naturally to her. She doesn't get how humans work at all, not even how they eat or drink. She may look like a human, but since she's out here this whole time, in this cramped room by herself for 14,000 years. Yes, most of the time I just lay here. It's safe here, you know? I didn't have anything to worry about until now. You feel safe here? Yes, not just for myself, but to keep myself from hurting others. There's no place like that but here. In any case, I'm awake now. And that's a sign that the umbral star is coming. It's been so long. I have to wonder how much of it's a dream. I don't know how to feel for her. Sleeping here for all that time, and from the look on her face, her dreams weren't always pleasant ones. I start to say something about that, but I keep my mouth shut instead. If I start to pity her, I'll get sidetracked. My first and foremost priority is to get out of this cage. I have to ask her more questions to gather more information. I should ask her more about the way she collapsed back on Earth. Yes, Sepher fell to the ground and became a corpse, but that alone didn't erase me. I'm Sepher's true form. As long as I exist, Sepher will appear on Earth, on schedule, no matter what. As long as the necessary requirements are met, then I can obtain a real body. Necessary requirements. I wonder if that means taking full control of the moon cell. If so, if I told Altera I'd help her create that body, would she let me out? Let's not waste time on the impossible. That will never happen. Never, no matter what. You'll never do it. You'll never help me drop Sepher onto your world. You'll try to double-cross me and defend Seraph. You'll fight me while I'm conquering the moon cell, and on top of that, it won't matter if in the end it'll all be the same. Even if there might be other ways, I have no choice but to destroy the moon cell. Again, she gives me that lonely expression. I thought she wanted to materialize on Earth and or destroy the moon cell, just so she could leave this cavern, but apparently that's not the case. So what's Altera really going for? You want to know? All she wants to do is destroy. Fucking Ellie. I'm finally in. Whoa, so this is the Titan's Cavern. It got a little dicey on the way, but nothing so serious. Nothing's impossible to Elizabeth Bathory. I've even got the Zero Dark wrapped around my pretty little finger. Someone's flown in through a hole in the wall. Hole? Is that a typo? A petite young woman with the features of a dragon. Who is she? She gave her name, but... Now listen here. I'll be nice and tell you, little squirrel. The big lady with the cage you're in? All she does is break things, nothing else. She's the embodiment of destruction. It's what she does for fun. No, for pleasure. Crushing civilizations and grinding them to dust. Ending everything. Elizabeth Bathory. That name doesn't ring a bell. She doesn't look like a wizard, so she must be a servant. From the sounds of it, she knows Altera well. That presence. Are you one of Archimedes' minions? This cavern is my domain. A corrupted servant like you has no place here. Oh, come on. Don't get all high and mighty. We're both equal in the eyes of the Umbral Star, aren't we? And why are you moping around anyway? It's pathetic. Some random Seraph NPC could take you out. Take you right now. You're a destroyer, not a thinker. You're just muddling your purpose. It's impure. Yeah, impure. It's all wrong. Any way you slice it, it's wrong, Altera. Oddly, even though Altera could easily punish the Pink Dragon Girl, she doesn't. Did she say they were both working with the Umbral Star? Is that why Altera's not retaliating? Because they're allies? Altera told her to leave, but that's it. Now she's sitting there, letting Elizabeth tell her off. That's not like her at all, at least from what I know about Altera, which admittedly isn't much. And hey, while I'm here, you know what else? You're a pain in the ass, acting all big like that. Did you even notice when I joined up? You barely even get what you're supposed to do here. If I were your size, I'd be doing so much Aww, we were just getting to the good part. An auto enemy alert system, right? Gah, that sucks. They have the worst timing. That pisses me off. Fine, I'll come back later. You make sure to do your job, you hear me? Oh, and little squirrel, just keep looking all desperate. It's cute. That's the Umbral Star's Titan you've got watching you. Step out of line and she'll step on you. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be your time to relax before your next job, but just as she said, the enemy's advancing. It seems like they're charging straight into the Zero Dark, just like last time. So just like before, please do your best, my prisoner. And don't get reckless. I know it's a great burden on you supplying the outside me with mana. You're here. When the King of Conquerors was defeated, the Moon Cell fell into a panic. It sent 2 top servants this time. If my Titan self were here, this would be easy, but in this form, it won't be. Though I suspect you want me to fail either way. As if I even needed to ask. Yeah, no need at all. I'm her prisoner, not her friend. She's leeching off my mana by force, thanks to her special little contract. I may not be able to escape, but I can say this. I would never willingly support Altera in battle. All I can do right now is keep gathering information and wait for my chance. You're still looking for a chance to escape, are you? It's all over your face. I couldn't care less. You'll be here by my side forever, whether you like it or not. I own the Regalia, which means I also own you. I won't let you go, and I won't let any heroic spirits come between us. But be careful. You can still die out there on the battlefield. They don't call them top servants for nothing. Did she just worry about me? For a minute there, she almost sounded like Titan Altera. What exactly is she thinking? She keeps me in the cage, but at the same time, she's someone I can talk to. If I ask her a question, she answers. And she worries about me, too. And something else bothers me, something Elizabeth said. So what does she do, what she does for fun? I'm gonna be honest, Elizabeth flying around Altera looked like a mosquito. Or a fly. It's true. She wasn't wrong. I am the concept of destruction personified. A walking slaughterhouse. That's all I am. You might see it differently, but this is it. This is me, and I'm never going to change. Then isn't it odd that she seemed so worried about me? I understand she needs me for mana, but she has Regalia now, so I think she'd be able to work around that without me. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're still nothing more than my prisoner. No matter what you think of me, you're just a tiny little flicker on my finger. I won't bother asking you for backup. I don't need your code casts. Just shut up and watch me fight. When will I awaken from this dream? Wow, this is, fascinating. No malicious intent. Okay, I can't read that. I heard you defeated the King of Conquerors, but I didn't expect this much power from you. I suppose I should have. Vanguard of the Umbral Star, you who would steal humanity's future. I see. You're the next top servant, then. The Holy Maiden, Jeanne d'Arc. Planning to save someone else's homeland? How futile. Quit before you make your last mistake. Following the King of Conquerors, here comes the Holy Maiden of the Nation of Salvation. Her true name is Jeanne d'Arc, a world-famous hero from France's 100 Years' War. Even if I'm stored away in the ring, I can feel her hidden power from here. If the King of Conquerors' intensity is like an onrushing tank, the Holy Maiden is like a flow of cool, clear water. Beautiful, but also intense. After all, enough water can bring down a mountain. You saved some lives, you've taken others, but that's all you've done. I am the messenger of all destruction, not a force, not a tsunami. Not even you can stop my ferocity. You should yield and join my forces. If you obey, then I will spare you. A top servant like you would be of use to me.
私に下る
Join you? You're quite different from what the Moon Cell led me to imagine. But your call to surrender is a waste of breath. I may not have royal authority, but I am nonetheless a ruler.
本来であれば
I was given this extra class to help adjudicate the Holy Grail War, but now I will use this power for battle. I will seal you away, Altera, and forever this time.
そうか
I see. You don't wish to kill me.
口にし
You hold true to your faith.
ない考えだな
To be so naive and have nonetheless survived so many battles. You must be very powerful. I have seen your kind before.
いいだろう
Fine, you put me in a good mood. Jean d'Arc, I will first destroy that holy faith within you.
どうでしょう
Is that so?
あなたは
You're not the unstoppable destroyer you think you are.
無論だ
But I am. Why else would the Moon Saw have sent you? Yeah, this is a tiny map.
再開するそこだその文明は破壊され
A storm hits. No, more than that. I'm getting chills. Even locked away in this ring, I can feel them. An overpowering existence is coming very close. Something like the King of Conquerors. No, not at all. And not like Jean d'Arc either. It's a blur between that instant and the next, a hellish rain of drills straight into the ground all around us. I see you mongrels have gathered for war once again. Do you not ever tire of fighting? You think you deserve to be called a top servant? Ah, the Moon Cell's Holy Grail is playing a joke when it gave you that title. The king has returned. I grant you mongrels the honor of an audience with me. Open your eyes, drown in despair. I am the one true, supreme heroic spirit.
黄金の英霊
The golden heroic spirit. So, the leader of this rabble has given up already. But you there, you still have a bit of spark in you, don't you? Even at the sight of my magnificent self, you have the gall to raise your sword. You are scarcely even a mongrel. Zero Dark is the far side of the moon. Don't waste my time with your stoic nonsense. You have my permission to speak. In fact, I happen to feel generous today. So much so that I'll show you my treasured swords if you behave. After all, it's rare for this sort of instability to occur on Seraph. Rare enough that I bother to tear through the boundary and see for myself. Do you understand, mongrel? You have Not one soul in 10,000 has the privilege I give you this day. What more could you ask for? He came here without being summoned? That's not possible, even for a top servant. I'm at a loss for words. I'm as stunned as she is. That golden heroic spirit's presence is overwhelming, and he hasn't even revealed his true name yet. If I still had my memories, I might have known his origin. I try to see what I can sense, but all I can perceive is an enormous projection of noble phantasms, just like in that rain. You've come without being summoned, so you can do the impossible. What is that to me? I exist to fight. I am a killing machine. Whatever stands in my way, I will destroy it. You have the scent of an ancient civilization. You were far above humanity in your first life, weren't you? Golden armor, infinite noble phantasms. Only one servant fits that description. I didn't call for you, yet here you are, King of Heroes. King of Heroes. The world's oldest hero, Gilgamesh. The scent? What fitting savagery from an underling of the Umbral Star. You're a beast drooling over what's in front of you. But in admiration of your unparalleled body, I will accept those words from you. Dark warrior, I know your legends, even older than mine. Prove to me that they are true. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. That's the name of the hero from the oldest epic known to man. The first human to have his deeds passed on in legend. He was a cruel king who reigned in the city of Uruk, collected every treasure, and even defied the gods. How could this be? Even by top servant standards, he's incomparable. Any wizard in the Holy Grail would know his name. Hell, I've lost my memories, and even I remember him now. It's no good. We can't possibly beat him. And yet Altera has her sword raised. My victims were older and greater than you. Spare me your boasting. You'll always be the whelp who ran from me. I see. I'd assumed you were a mindless monster. Very well. Be sure not to bore me. I'm gonna try seeing if I can get a healing item here. There we go. That works. Cool. Ouch. Jesus. The time of judgment has come. Lower your head. Gilgamesh strikes without hesitation or mercy. He is no doubt aware that Altera fights for the Umbral Star, but he has no qualms about catching his own soldiers in the crossfire. I completely lost my breath there. The amount of artillery he's laying down would be terrifying just to watch, and here we are in the thick of it. In a sense, I'm more frightened of him than I am of Altera. A relentless destroyer. In those terms, they're both the same. I should have seen it sooner. What's wrong? Are you going to transform, or are you trying to my patience on purpose now? You stand a fair chance as the White Titan. This mock heroic spirit act of yours isn't even amusing anymore. Now stop holding back. Most monsters don't amuse me either, but a walking apocalypse, that gets my attention. The Titan that killed gods and trampled down the earth, that would indeed be worth using my treasured swords. The King of Heroes is right. Altera broke a sweat against the King of Conquerors, and here she's up against a wall. If she really can transform into a world-destroying Titan, why doesn't she? Is her ability to transform restricted somehow? If so, it occurs to me that Seraph was built on information. We could theoretically reproduce the White Titan's data and unlock her power that way. Of course, it's a wild guess. King of Heroes, it's true I am the reincarnation of that great destroyer. I didn't leave the kind of legacy other heroes did. My sword exists to annihilate all in my path. But even so, I have memories of walking the earth in this form, not as a Titan all those years ago, but as an ordinary human. Once I fought for more than destruction. I fought to leave something behind. I know I did, and I don't want to lose that memory. Oh. You called me a mock heroic spirit, and you're not wrong, but right now, I'm just Hero Altera, and as long as there's someone who calls me by that name, I'll wield my sword in this form. If you wish to fight against Zephyr, then you have to crush this body and my resolve along with it. Ah. And now, for the first time, I understand something about her. Everything she just said was completely sincere. Every word of it was true, and it came from the bottom of her heart. She may be the king of destruction. She may be a killing machine. She was born that way, and I fully expect her to stay that way. But at the same time, just in this one moment, I felt a quiver in her heart. Not as Altera, the vanguard of the Emerald Star, not as Altera, the killer machine. If she can be a heroic spirit, then I... You say you won't become the White Titan? Then I will rouse the slumbering giant myself. What is this? Poison? Now become that Titan or perish as a mock of mongrel. I don't want to be Zephyr. Poison, she said. An offensive program designed to inflict continuous lasting damage. But if that's the case, we have an option. A certain code cast can cure poison, regardless of the nature of the target. This particular poison, having come from a noble phantasm, it might be harder to cure, but I can at least suppress it. Altera, I tell her, I'm going to use a code cast. Hang on. You're helping? Fine, I'll leave the treatment to you, prisoner. What code cast? There it is. Jesus! And I think I'm out of healing items. Gil's ego or Velver? Pretty sure Gil's ego, and that might be canonical. Huh. What's the meaning of this King of Heroes? Just as it seems. The one I had business with was the White Titan. If you refuse to bring her forth, then I shall have to deal with you instead, Vanguard of the Umbral Star. No, hero Altera. You may have forgotten that little nap of yours, but you and my kingdom have some old debts to settle. Back on ancient Earth, before I was born, a contract came to be with the White Titan. I should say, not with yourself. You and I made a contract? Not quite. My father was the one who made the contract. Loath as I is to admit it, you spared him once. And so you made the gods swear to you that the debt would never be forgotten, and that one day it would be repaid. Though I myself played no part in accruing that debt, it would tarnish the name of Aruk if I were to ignore it. Do you see? On behalf of the gods, I have come to fulfill that contract. I will assist you just this once. So you, with all your peculiarities, wish to join my army? Fool, I said nothing of joining you. Though I respect you for standing as a heroic spirit, mockery aside, I would not stand in your way. It seems there's no more animosity between them. Good. The relief floods through me. I can almost feel my consciousness collapse from all the tension and fatigue all melting away now. Now that I've heard him out, it seems he came to test us rather than kill us. Though he no doubt would have killed us if we hadn't fought so hard. Oh, is that your master locked away in your ring? You pathetic little prisoner. Though you are rather astute, I must say. At any rate, you were not the Titan I expected you to be. I had no choice but to determine that for myself, still. He gave me a look just now, or did I imagine it? Oh, so this is how fate plays out. How amusing. Rejoice, Altera. I have decided that from this point on, I shall act as your second in command. Yorokobe, Altera! Why? The ancient King of Heroes playing second fiddle. To Altera, who's working for the Umbral Star, which wants to destroy the world? Doesn't that mean the world's finished? And wait a second, didn't he say he wasn't going to join earlier? I said that in the heat of the moment, pay it no mind. Though, if Altera had been here alone, I'd already be on my way. No matter, I have deigned to lend my support, ask me no more questions. But I warn you, I have no intention of advising you in any of your plots, even if your lives are on the line. So in other words, think of it like this. You've been given history's greatest, finest weapon. The greatest weapon? I see, then maybe the world isn't going to end tomorrow. If that's what he means by being Altera's second in command. You know, I just forgot about the drive gauge, I'm not gonna lie. Oh! I see, then maybe this world isn't gonna end tomorrow if what he said... If that's what he means by being Altera's second in command. Although I'm afraid the end just got a lot closer. Such an earth-shattering turn of events. And you still refuse to smile. You are quite a dull one, Altera. Oh, wait, King of Heroes, where are you going? Second in command or not, I will not follow your orders. Besides, there's no point in meddling in your affairs. If your wish is to stand as a heroic spirit, then you must find that path on your own. Until then, consider me your most delicate or dedicated heckler. And just like that, he's gone. Is he a stubborn tyrant, or is he just free-spirited? All clear. Altera quietly breathes out a sigh. I can feel her touching the ring ever so slightly. Aside from the difference of scale, it feels just the same as being held by Titan Altera. What are you plotting, King of Heroes? I would never have guessed a servant like you would work under the Umbral Star and help destroy the world. What? You're still alive, Holy Maiden? Then I trust you heard what I decreed. And so I have spoken. I would never go against my own words. And what about you? It seems you've summoned by the moon cell, but a servant serves their contractor. Heroic spirits are not meant to fight for the moon cell itself. In the end, the priority is the future of mankind. And yet, just as the King of Conquerors did, you fight for your own passions. In any case, Holy Maiden, I wonder what you truly believe is most important. Alright, you see, we encountered the unexpected in you. I want to thank you. Being a temporary heroic spirit, I would not have been a match for the King of Heroes, but I won, and because of you, I didn't just win, I held myself back from destroying everything. Can I switch to Gilgamesh now? Your mana alone would not have been enough for me to do that. You chose to help me, and I'm grateful insofar as I can be. No matter what our contract looks like, I am her master, so of course I'll support her. Regardless of everything, up until now, I'll spare no effort in assisting her with my codecasts from now on. She doesn't have to thank me, after all. Our contract binds us together. Don't get carried away. You're still my prisoner. That hasn't changed at all. Yes, as it was, so it will be. Regardless, I feel like something has changed. Am I imagining that? It feels like we're both taking a step together. I know Altera is still an enemy, out to destroy the world. I'm still afraid of her, still cautious of her, but even so, something happened between the two of us today. What is that look you're giving me? No matter. It's clear to you, then head back to the cave. You need to rest and recover your mana just like last time. Archer with an ego larger than the Umbral Star himself. Are you embarrassed, Titan Altera? Oh. What is this? What's this? I feel like I walked in on something awkward. She's hiding her face like an ostrich hides its head. What is she doing? I don't remember saying anything other than to the other Altera that would have upset her like this. At least not that I'm aware of. If I did say something, I wish she would tell me. Huh? Did she just whimper? Is she afraid of something? No, afraid isn't the right word. Alright, well, standing and watching isn't going to help. Titan Altera, why are you... yes, what? Oh, welcome back. Am I supposed to ride her hand up to the cage again? I could, but... Did I really catch her that much off guard just now? She was so relaxed and elegant before. What happened? Here Altera has never been like this either. This is... Huh? Oh no. Why? You are my master, yes? Yes, I am, and her prisoner. But some things are no longer necessary. Some things need to end. End? Do you really mean that? But you said you're my master. So she does know our exchange in front of the throne. Which means she should already understand. There's no need for the cage. I won't run away. Even if we're not exactly a traditional master-servant here, that doesn't matter. I made up my mind when I used that code cast, because I am your master. She acknowledges herself as the great king of destruction, but she wants to be a person, too. I don't know a lot about the Umbral Star, but I think I know Altera enough to trust in who she is now. And I don't want to leave until I know who she will be. You trust in me, even though you're my prisoner. I have captured you. I have threatened you. I made you suffer. I sent you into a deadly battle, forced you into the ring. Yet, after all that, you can still stand tall and call yourself my master. Yes. Then I also have to answer your resolution. Please allow me to promise you I will never put you in the cage again. In fact, I will destroy the cage and prepare you more suitable lodgings. How strange. I don't feel any hostility anymore. My first impression of her comes back to me. How beautiful she looked. How her red eyes, the face of a benevolent goddess. My fear of her hasn't gone away, but there's something else in me now. Something to counter that fear. It's the conviction that Altera is someone worth fighting alongside, even to the death. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Because, well, there's things that need to be done. Can I request that you stay in the cage one more night, please? Thank you very much, my prisoner. Just for tonight, please bear with the cage. And also, I greatly appreciate your hard work today. Please eat up and rest. Oh my god, we actually unlocked the menu finally. Let's fuck around a little bit here. First off, what are the new things I got? Cohorts. Haori, 232 heals, defense up, and a change. Compared to cure, heal, decoy, and change. Yeah, I'll purchase this. Ooh. Resist poison. And 332 heals and a change. Hang on. This is just better in every way. Why did I buy this one? Damn it. I guess it has less defense ups. These all have different, like, elemental changes, though. And they all cost almost all my remaining QP, so... I'll buy one of these if I end up seeing an arena trap. Money. A question. Oh, you'd like to talk? I don't mind. As a master, you have every right to seek knowledge. But I'm sorry to say I'm rather limited in what I can and can't explain. Is that all right with you? Of course, I have no memories at all right now, so I'll take what I can get. Besides, I feel like a few things have already gone over my head, and I'm kind of curious about them. What's Sepher? Sepher is, to put simply, it's me. The White Titan, the vanguard of the Umbral Star. I'm very much like any other moon servant in that I have a digital body, but in certain critical respects, I'm very different. For example, I don't think other moon servants can send their avatars onto the surface of the Earth. My abilities, what you might define as skills, function very differently as well. For example, my mana absorption skill. When I destroy man-made things, the skill lets me absorb their spiritrons and grow larger. Man-made things. So she absorbs spiritrons from buildings and machines. Yes, amongst other kinds of objects. I can freely absorb mana that's been processed in any ritual format. And by ritual, I mean through sentient beings' skills, knowledge, and culture. Whatever sentient beings use their minds to create, I use my power to absorb. In a way, civilization is my source of sustenance. So she feeds on civilization, literally, and she explains it so casually, like describing what's for dinner. The same goes for the avatar I sent to Earth. As Sepher, I have the same mana absorption skill. The Sepher who appeared on Earth was a material body constructed from the Earth's spiritrons and based on the data of myself I'd sent from the moon cell. I came, I saw, and I consumed. How'd you get so big? So big. No, you're right. It's true I am big. This form is my natural size, regardless of where I am. On my home planet, there are many like me. We pride ourselves in standing on it at least 10 times larger than ordinary beings. But even among my own kind, I was special in your terms. I would be called royalty. They considered my body the greatest and strongest, so they enhanced it even further and crowned me a Titan. The power to become a walking apocalypse is woven into my basic design. All that I destroyed with my hands, this passive skill of mine allowed me to absorb the ideas of culture as spiritron information and grow to a titanic size. I didn't know such terrifying passive skill exists. The more she destroys, the bigger she gets. Just how big will she get? I want that to imagine it, but at the same time I don't. As a side effect, my skill transmits the same growth phenomena to any prehistoric life forms in the area, so they grow titanic as well. During my original attack, I affected the prehistoric life forms on Earth with this ability, so they acted as my forces of destruction. So, since I'm close to you now, would that affect me? No. It has no effect on sentient life.
文明を壊すものが
That would strengthen a civilization, not destroy it, and that goes against my priorities. Though I should also mention, my passive skill is viral in more ways than one. Infected creatures can't sustain their bodies at that size. One by one, they crumble and die. Distorting their life forces shortens their lifespan.
私の
My body paint?
これは
This is the mark of the Umbral Star.
私が
It's a kind of symbol, part of what transforms me into Sepher. Please don't stare at me like that. You're making my cheeks hot somehow.
なんだか
I'm the one who wanted to talk, but now it's made me so tired. Maybe it's because I've never had to answer so many questions before, or could it be?
誰かに質問
This is the first time anyone's been so interested in who I am.
初めてかもしれないですね今日のあなたは
You're filled with curiosity today, but we should leave it here for now.
続きは
We can resume later, maybe after the next battle.
深いの
For Altera's My Rooms. Suing for copyright infringement. Today really did tire me out. I'm not just fatigued from using Codecast, but also channeling mana into Hero Altera. I'll eat a lot of help. I'll eat a lot of help. I'll eat a lot to help my mana, and then I'll just have to sleep and give my mind a rest. Do I technically have a mind? No, of course I have to. No human could exist without one. Even a digital cell has a mind and soul. Then again, my amnesia can't possibly be natural. If my mind and soul were missing somehow, it wouldn't surprise me. In any case, I should try to process my thoughts a little bit before I close my eyes. About the Umbral Star, as well as Altera. Before today's battle, she said her duty was to conquer the Moon Cell and manifest on Earth, then destroy all civilization. But that's a little different from what Archimedes said. He wanted to interfere with the Moon Cell and call forth the Umbral Star. Yes, definitely. Well, both of them want to control the Moon Cell, but maybe they differ on details. Wait just a minute. Who's Archimedes? That was Karna. Are we finally going to be fighting another faction?
地上の私が何
Are you asking what I was on Earth 14,000 years ago?
も言った通り
As I said earlier, I was a being called Sepher, the vanguard of the Umbral Star, the White Titan.
この説明では
Are you saying you need to know more than that? She did explain it when we first met, but there's something I'm not getting, or at least it doesn't feel real to me, because she looks so much like a human. She's nothing like what I imagined an alien from outer space would look like. Although, it could just be that I'm not that imaginative.
ではそうです
Well then, let's see. I don't know how much I should tell you, but if it helps you understand, I'll try to summarize. If there's something you still don't quite grasp, please ask. First, 14,000 years ago, my true form was constructed of pseudo-spiritrons and came from the Umbral Star. So her makeup is the same as a servant in principle. Servants are summoned to Seraph using data downloaded from the Throne of Heroes and are built with spiritrons. But she wasn't made on the Moon Cell. It sounds like she was made on the Umbral Star, right?
はい
Yes, well, it's not technically correct to say I was made on the Umbral Star, but I was born from the pseudo-spiritrons in the beginning.
私はデータ
My existence is strictly digital, as far as I can explain to you, and as far as humans can perceive me, I'm nothing more than a body of information. So, in order to manifest on Earth, I replicate my data into a physical body.
私がここへ
That's the reason I came here. I took control of the Moon Cell's functions, and for the sake of destroying the Earth, I created a clone. In other words, she used the Moon Cell like a 3D printer.
はい
Yes, I would say that's very accurate.
そして
Then on Earth, I became the White Titan and burned everything in my path.
自然を
Terrain, animal life, and most of all, civilizations.
そして
Until finally my temporary clone gave her last breath and
そ
crumbled.
れそれが
That is the meaning of my existence. The reason why Sepher awakens. The clone and the Titan are cut from the same cloth. That sounds kind of depressing.
それは
I believe you have the wrong idea. I'm awake now because the Umbral Star has arrived in this galaxy. That being said, there's only one thing I have to do.
私は優
As the vanguard of the Umbral Star, I will exterminate all civilizations in this sector. I will corrupt Seraph and take control of the Moon Cell. Drop down onto the blue planet once again.
手段は
Any method of descent is fine. I can make a clone just like 14,000 years ago, or I could use the arc of the stars that penetrated the moon. Regardless of the method, I will destroy all civilizations. That's what I was born to do. Yes, you're asking about the cage. Yes, I'd like to talk about the cage I'm in, thank you. Did you build it, first off? Yes, I did build it. Not very well, I'm afraid, but I'm sure it's uncomfortable to sleep in. And sitting, most likely, isn't very comfortable either. No, I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it so uncomfortable, but... These hands, they weren't made to build or create. It may seem obvious, but building something of a human size is very hard for me. I'm sorry this is inconvenient for you. It may have been cramped mentally and physically, but it wasn't that bad. It was actually easier to sleep in than you might think. But no, what I really want to know is why she went out of her way to build it in the first place. Are you asking because you want to escape? I could put up with it until tomorrow. Thank you very much. Just for tonight, please stay in there. I know you're forcing yourself to tolerate it, but just for a bit longer. Alright, now for insta-skills. Okay. This seems kind of fitting, actually. It's kind of funny. Do 2 of those. And then I do want to give myself a little bit of a movement speed up. It's not as bad as Neuro. I don't think I'll need to go like 5 like Talamo had to do, but maybe I'll switch it out once I start getting more bond levels. Alright, I'm going to go refill my drink here. And I do want to catch up on chat a little bit. Any planet where a single family owns 60% of the wealth is not a good place. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna lie. The Earth of Fate Extra is probably bad civilization. It probably is bad civilization. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, last Encore, the Earth is dead. Okay. Back to battle. Well, actually, I need to see if there's any stage hazards. No stage hazards, so I don't need to worry about buying one of the stage hazard really good Mystic Codes. Okay. I do want to take a look at this for a second here. There are... It starts out with 2 plants. And 2 servants automatically spawned. Okay. And I'm under leveled. I see a dream. A dream that feels like it should be a memory, but I don't know if I have anything left to remember. My experiences, my memories, pretty much everything that makes up Hakuno Kishinami is gone. But even with that, I'm looking back into the past. So maybe it's Altera's dream, not mine. I see a single vessel traveling through countless glimmering lights in a boundless sea. No, not lights, not a sea, they're stars in space. Oh, nifty. I don't know whose vessel it is, but I know that she's inside it. A lone traveler amongst the stars. She flies faster than light for a length of time beyond all human measurement. Could that vessel be the umbral star itself? It doesn't look the way I imagined it, not like a vessel of destruction at all. It looks majestic, beautiful, almost like a jewel, of course. I'm seeing it from a distance, and I have no way of calculating its size. I wonder how big it truly is, and whether I could even comprehend that kind of scale. It continues on its long, long voyage. Its journey seems endless. It simply sails along through space, illuminated by glistening stars in the blackness. And inside she waits, not only to physically arrive at her next destination, far off as it is, but to reach the right time when civilizations within that destination achieve their pinnacle, ripe for the harvest. Eventually, the umbral star finds something. Its brother, one might say, a pure photonic crystal, 1/6 the size of the planet it orbits, the seventh heaven art graph, created by an unknown race, the moon, also known as the moon cell. The umbral star then sheds a fragment of itself, aiming it towards the moon cell to raid its treasure trove of information about the Earth. The fragment resembles a single teardrop, or perhaps a comet, and she's likely riding in it. Now it begins. Could this be the end of life on Earth? The harvester has arrived, ready for the reaping. It aims to take the moon cell with all its recordings of all events on Earth. Even the recordings of the Earthlings' souls are engraved in its code, and at the same time, it will destroy the lives that inspired them. I can only imagine that all of this took place just before the White Titan's rampage, just before the burning of Earth. The messenger from the stars, the embodiment of destruction, the Titan of Tears. Then I see the cancerous invasion spread across Earth. Extinction seems inevitable. She crushes all civilizations and accepts no surrender. The beasts of nature suffer horrible mutations, run amok, and ultimately fall to ash. She leaves no trace of life behind. Everything on Earth and the moon is doomed to annihilation by her hands. Simple and calm, almost like a machine. The Titan smashes everything by the order of the umbral star, converting life and civilization into her own mana. She grows, transforms, and transcends all limits. And all the while, she thinks, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Destruction, destruction, destruction. This is the end of my journey, and only death awaits those I've come to. Civilization and life. Break, 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 and let your pieces break again. What is this? I can sense her feelings, hesitation, bewilderment, regrets, the doubt she held as she marches across the scorching earth. What am I? I'm just destroying for the sake of destruction. This isn't right, not right, not right, not right. Because I've never even once... find the solar system would fall because of how I represent in size, particularly Pluto. Oof. The White Titan can't stop herself. Most of the land is in ashes now. Ancient civilizations have been erased. The galaxy's original organisms have already begun to die out. They've been shattered, burned, and exterminated. Our Earth and Moon are no different to her than the other planet she's been to. She's only fulfilling her duty. She'll wipe out everything, upload all the information she gathered back to her starship, and then, as per her programming, she'll self-destruct. Her journey will finally end. At least that's the plan. But it doesn't happen that way. That light, the light, so big and bright it nearly swallows the Titan whole. Her body, tougher than any stone on Earth, strong enough to resist the heat of stars, cracks before it. The impossible has happened. No one could have beaten the Titan, not even the very personifications of the world's concepts, those who were worshipped as gods. She'd have crushed them right alongside their followers. None of them could have stood between her and her duty. But after she struck down one particular god, the concept of conflict, later known as the god of war, it appeared. A single sword, forged and refined in the depths of the earth. Whatever man or god lived to witness its birth called it the Holy Sword. The ultimate phantasm created by the stars and humanity's deepest wishes. The embodiment of world-saving hope. What is this? I know this. This is the sword. It looks like it belongs to the god I destroyed, but it's so much smaller. Small enough for the person to wield, but so hot. The white massive figure splits in two. All spiritrons it had absorbed from the planet fall onto the Earth's surface like powdery snow. There, in a faraway land, the Titan completes its collapse. It falls by the light of the stars to whom humanity had sent its most desperate wishes. After that, with the Titan having fallen to Earth, its memories are transmitted back to Altera's main body. Her digital form absorbs the records of Earth's destruction. She has failed to perform her duty. She can neither finish off the Earth nor conquer the Moon Cell. The backlash from the Titan's death shuts down Altera's real body on the Moon, at least for a few minutes. With that opening, the Moon Cell seals Altera's body away in an unknown darkness, not connected to anything else, the Zero Dark. Something about all that doesn't seem to fit. The Umbral Star's supposed purpose is to harvest, but the Titan seems hell-bent on destruction. It's like a farmer burning all his crops. In any case, that particular harvest came to an end. The Umbral Star, having passed through this solar system, sailed on through the sea of stars, leaving its shard behind in the Zero Dark, and in the center of that unknown land there was only Altera. All alone, with nothing in her way and nowhere to go, surrounded by nothingness. At least during her journey she could look out and see the stars, not just the blackness, not just herself, endlessly replaying her own memories of death and destruction. But about 13,000 years later, Altera received a new memory sent from Earth. She saw a rolling green field with a cool breeze sweeping through it. No matter which way she turned her head, the field seemed endless. That memory, that feeling, stuck with her, like a precious moment from her own life submerged in a dream. That image had a surprising origin. When the Titan fell, its body became a ruin, and in that ruin humans found a sliver of its essence intact, in the form of a small child. The tribe in Central Asia who made that discovery raised that child to be a champion for their people, a born warrior. She became their leader, all without knowing her true name or origin. And so, still imprisoned alone on the moon, Altera experienced a life as a single human. She rode freely through the plains. She headed west with her many allies. She fought against all the people of the West, and is an unparalleled lord of conquest. She was given the name, one very different from Sephir. She hated the sound of it, and always said she wanted something cuter, but her elders would only smile and shake their heads. And then, how cruel is this, Altera, trained and engineered to destroy all humans, gained the experience of being one. And by living as a human, she learned human emotions, which she then retained after that mortal body's death, and continued to experience as she lived on, alone in that cavern. Loneliness, emptiness, nostalgia, and the lingering guilt of all the wives she'd taken. And though the long, long dream has passed now, your emotions are seeping into me. Into this empty body with no memories of its own. I realize once again how unstable my existence is. What it really means not to have any memories. I feel light and hollow, like I wouldn't be surprised if I disappeared, but I'm not afraid. Who am I? My existence isn't natural, that's for sure. In fact, I think even Altera's existence is more natural than mine. I awaken from the dream, slogging off the drowsiness, and I approach the edge of the cage. The cage doors can now withstand any amount of force, but at the slightest nudge from me, it swings open. Yesterday she promised she destroyed the cage, but it seems, I see, she destroyed the lock. So now I can step outside. Well, Outside, at least I can stretch my legs without having to worry about getting grabbed by a giant or sucked into a ring. Still, it'd be nice to get some fresh air sometime soon. Good morning. Did you sleep well, my prisoner? As I look up from the ground, it really hits me. Altera is so beautiful. Well, no, wait. I mean, she is, but from down here, I can really see the difference in size between us. But for all her height, for all the length of her limbs, she carries herself with such grace and dignity. It almost doesn't feel right calling her a giant or a titan. She seems more like a goddess. Even if she is a huge walking apocalypse, she's still beautiful, a beautiful monster. I had an inkling of that when I first saw her, but now, after seeing that dream, it hits me like never before. Maybe beauty is just beauty wherever you find it. Is something the matter? Do you have any trouble sleeping? Did I overfeed you last night, maybe? I did mix some enemy program's guts into that meal. They're good for your energy level, you know. Wait, what? I ate what? I ingested enemy programs or installed them? That's got to be bad for my health, right? I thought just a little would be okay. I thought it might make you happier. Oh, what a little medicinal wine before bedtime. I'm sorry, I was just thinking. I didn't mix anything. I wasn't sure if you were listening, so I thought I might tease you. I'm sorry, Master. Will you forgive me? Well, if she's apologizing that much, and if she did say she was joking. But seriously, let's never actually do that. Ever. I belatedly tell her, good morning. My drowsiness is gone now, so she doesn't need to worry about that. Yes, good morning, Master. I tried to redecorate a bit. What do you think? Do you like it? It's not like I'm really used to this sort of thing. Not to say this is my first time. I do have some experience, believe it or not. This place had absolutely nothing at first. I was just a dark, empty room. Really, there was nothing at all. I think I have an idea of what she means now that I've seen that dream of hers. For such a long time, there was nothing here but her. But then one day, something came to me. How can I say this in a way that you'll understand? It's a very strange thing, something I'd never felt before. Your people would probably call it a dream. I had one about all sorts of things. I built a home here based on that experience, and that's the place you see today. I wanted to make rugs and decorations in your size, but that's still hard for me. In any case, I did try to make it easier to walk on all these gold coins. What do you think? Is this better for you? Why did you change it exactly? Well, something felt wrong. I'm sorry for the vague explanation, but it's probably something that has to be sensed, or... Converting it into language data is difficult. I apologize, Master. But if you have taken a liking to it, I'm very glad. Have you taken a liking to it? Thank goodness. This is a special place for you and I, so even if it's just a little, I want it to look a bit better. To me, this cavern is all I have. From my perspective, I'm a bit envious of my outer self. I was able to obtain a contractor like yourself, and freedom as well. I can be both a heroic spirit and myself. I can travel to new lands of Sarah as a solo servant, but, well, this cavern is still so small. Her smile is melancholic. In that moment, I can understand her feelings. The emptiness, the loneliness, and the longing. The dream of running through the fields must be running through her head non-stop. As heroic and powerful as she is, I have to ask myself which of us is more of a prisoner. She's been here longer than I have in this cold stone cavern. I feel that I could start to sink in. No, I just now start to notice it. It's not sympathy or compassion I feel exactly. What I feel is a sense of purpose. I'm not fighting for the moon cell's destruction or for the Umbral Star, as much as I thought about both those things since I first gave Altera the codecast. What I'm fighting for is to free Altera, to let her walk freely in the outside world again. She can't do that without me. I can fight if it's for her. For me? It's wonderful to hear you say that, but you can't. I'm not allowed. Please, you're only building up false hope for yourself. When I do step out of this cavern, it will be to conquer and destroy the moon cell. You're a human. No human wants the Umbral Star to come here. Some might want to see the moon cell conquered, but to see the Earth destroyed along with it, you see the impossibility of it, don't you? I do see the impossibility, but there are other impossibilities at work here too. Of course, I don't want the world to end, and especially not with me on it. But at the same time, I'm a master who has made a contract with Altera. When I'm fighting by her side, I'm not fighting for the world, the end of the world. I'm fighting purely for Altera's sake, and for that, I'm proud to stand by her. I don't really have memories, so in a way, this counts as my first decision. Maybe I'll have more questions later, but for now, I have to go with my gut. What is that large piece of wood wrapping? I was just about to read chat, Liz. I'm kind of getting dragon vibes. Oh, are you playing house? Pathetic. You're in my cavern again. Of course I am. We're equal allies, remember? But besides that, are you gonna stay all boarded up in the Zero Dark forever? Hurry and start taking over Seraph. That's your mission. The Red Saber and the Blue Caster. While you've been in here pampering yourself, those two have gotten a piece of the regalia. Now listen here. Clock's ticking. You're up against a couple of small fry. But that doesn't mean they can't shank you if you're not paying attention. Pieces of the regalia. I already decided to commit to this, but the realization of what that means is sinking deeper and deeper. I'm going to war to conquer all of Seraph. Hearing someone else talk about it, that's what made it hit me. Hold on, what did she just say just now? About Red Saber and Blue Caster? Why do I know those names? A nostalgic feeling starts quivering up from inside me, but it fades before I can grasp it. What's with that weird face, little squirrel? Oh, I get it. You don't remember what your deal is, or the regalia, not even Saber or Caster. Huh? I was wondering why you were playing along in that cage. So that's what's been going on. You've been keeping quiet about it, Little Miss Giant, because you didn't want to hear it either, do you? Alright, let's tell the sad little story of who, another typo, Haku no Kishinami used to be. What is she talking about? Her laugh keeps reverberating through my skull. I know my past is gone. I know I have a contract with Altera. Does anything else matter right now? Maybe things were different before, but who I used to be? What could that have to do with the here and now? But there she is, ready to talk all about me before I woke up in this cavern. Now listen here, little squirrel. You're scattered all over the place. It's pitiful. You don't even know. You're nothing but a shell without a mind or soul, see? Cyberframes need those two things plus a body, and you're just the body. Do you know where the mind and soul are? They're not here with this imposter. They're with real servants, ones who you already made contracts with. Your mind flew off back to the main servant. Your soul's with the subservient. Well, Liz isn't lying. I can tell that, by the way. Altera isn't looking at me. Haku no Kishinami split into three. The original, true servants I formed contracts with. But that, just for the record, don't blame Altera for that. She didn't split you, if that's what you're thinking. You did that to yourself. You and the regalia were the moon cell's one defense against the Umbral Star. We had you trapped, and you split yourself to try get away. All you left behind here was a third of the ring and that body of yours, an empty shell like a corpse. Looks like Archimedes did miscalculate, though. Who would have guessed that the body alone would have still had its own free will? There's a term for this. It's on the tip of my tongue. Residual consciousness. Residual consciousness. That's what they call it when the emotions of a tool's user are left behind on the tool, or when the will of the deceased stays in a certain location. The remnants of ingrained memories. Is that all I am? I see. That's what I understand, or at least I feel like it makes more sense now. That must be why I feel so empty. Assuming Elizabeth isn't lying, then it all makes sense. Although I never would have guessed I was missing both mind and soul. So I really am empty on the inside. Huh? What are you all mopey about, Altera? Are you doing your impression of a sad little human? It doesn't really work when you're that humongous. Who cares, anyways? Your master is just a tool. Has been from the start. You're a Titan, remember? If having a master helps you smash things, fine. But once you put the regalia together, you can toss the master in a junk pile. After all, just leave it to me. I'll take out the trash and pay back all my debts. A tool. That's why you caught the master in the first place. And don't tell me things have changed. You're the vanguard of the Umbral Star. All you need to care about are conquest, control, and following orders. Everything else is just extraneous data. It's all getting scraped away, right? Just think of the regalia as the main course, and the little squirrel as the toy that comes with dinner. Sounds good, Miss Zephyr? Again, man, their timing sucks. Who is it this time? Let's see. Speak of the devil. The blue caster is trying to invade the Zero Dark as we speak. They're not here yet, but they'll get here soon. So, what are you going to do about it? You're not going to just leave them be, are you, Altera? Into the fire it is, then. We'll need to eliminate the obstacles one by one. Prepare for battle, Master. If you do want to fight for my sake, now's the time. Wrong. Wrong. She's wrong. That woman, even when she's right, she's wrong. Huh? What's with this reaction? It's not like her at all. I can see Titan Altera getting upset, but Hero Altera? Well, I'm not used to seeing her like this. You are not a tool. The regalia is the tool. You're my master. I see. So she's thinking about what Elizabeth said. Maybe she thinks I believed Elizabeth. That must be making her anxious. That's the first time I've thought about Altera and anxious together. Even knowing that the Titan Altera could feel that way too. Hero Altera came across as ice cold up till now. Then again, Altera did say from the start that the two of them were the same person. Just different facets of that one person. So I guess they do feel the same things. I tell her not to worry about what Elizabeth thinks. I tell her I know she doesn't feel that way about me. Because if she did, I'd be dead by now. Right. Of course, alright. Then there's no need to talk about it. Yeah, no need. Although the first time we met, you forced me to hand you the regalia on pain of death. Well, that was a rhetorical flourish, a negotiating ploy, if you will. I see happiness in her face and a little bit of shyness, and the happiness is contagious. She prizes me more than the regalia. I didn't know I cared so much about that, but now that I hear it from her, well, it's like she turned all the lights on. Alright, time to go. Time for the two of us to fight side by side. Right. There's one more thing I need to tell you here. Something we haven't talked about yet. Just as Elizabeth said, you're the body, and digital bodies aren't meant to survive in fragments, especially not in the long term. In order to stabilize, you'll need the other two. You'll need to fuse with the mind and soul. But don't worry. We'll assemble the regalia shortly, and that'll solve the issue. All you have to do is be my praetor. No matter what, as long as you stay that way, at the very least, you'll be able to survive. Now is the time to go to war. Witness for yourself how powerful your servant is. I mean, when because sorry, I saw your comment. Who Liz lost to the Mooncell Holy Grail War? In extra CCC, they clarify that Liz is an alternate possible servant for Ronru. So in theory, in a timeline where Liz is active, it would be unless they gave her a different master, then it's whoever Ronru lost to, which could be Hakuno, could be another master, most likely. If we're thinking of the masters that would exist on the other timeline, it'd be like Leo or Ronru was the Rin route, so Leo, Ronnie, or Leo's brother. I forget who Leo's brother's name is right now off the top of my head. Julius. Is it Julius? When will I awaken from this dream? This area is gonna fall. Oh, wow, they're really... Actually, I need to stop that because... Okay, nope, we're not focusing on taking out those plants. I need to focus on not losing a sector. Okay, nope, I see what they want me to do. And no, I'm not fighting you right now, Medusa. Haha, fuck that. I'll be back here because this is an easy one to take. I might actually lose this, because I don't think I'm going to be able to take this sector quick enough. Oh! Yeah, I've lost. Alright, we're going to retry that. I'm pretty sure I just need to go straight after those plants, because that is... Those plants just immediately started taking all the sectors. Okay. Well, I can't stop the servants if the plants are going to... Okay. Let's... I've got time before that plant starts going off. Let's take this sector. Jesus. Okay. The problem is, if I try to take one of the sectors, or try to protect the sectors that are being taken by the servants, I'm going to be spending way too long on those servants, and they're just going to take another sector. Because they're starting off with pretty much the full regime matrix. I could maybe ignore the plants and ignore the servants and go straight for that 4. I'll try that 4 first. I tried to keep the plants under control, and that didn't help. Have a nice night, Frozen Lion. That gives me padding. Because now they can take all the sectors they want outside of that 4. Which, okay, nope. Not even gonna chance that with the... Yeah, no, you're not taking this. Hilariously, this has kind of set me up to just easily take this sector, which gives me a little bit more padding, even though it's not part of the mission goal.
気を緩めず行きましょう。進行する。まだ足りない。全てを私の足で埋め尽くす。
Hang on, I'm not even gonna chance this sector. Eat shit, plant. Where's that last aggressor? I'm just going to finish this sector off. Even though it's not a very high target sector. Sorry, John, I'm not gonna focus on protecting your sector. And there's no way I'm stopping a servant from taking a high from entering there, so I'll just go defend that in a second. Thank you, needed that. Thank you for being easy, guys. And yeah, I see the moon gauge. Save it for fighting a servant. I know the invasion's gonna hit before I can knock out the servant, so we're gonna... Where are you at? You're coming, right? I've pried open every one of the Regalia's little secrets, and now these attack programs are right at my fingertips. I have unparalleled throw experts bowing to my every whim, a great army to fight the Millennium Capital, and yet... You've swept all of them away so easily. I'm calling foul. The vanguard of the Emerald Star. The cute and clever Tamamo-chan sees right through you. So it's come to the last resort. I'll face you myself. Or so I'd say, but do we not have the same master? Quite a twist of fate to meet like this. Why don't we have ourselves a chat while we're here? Here, master, see? I'm not just some cold-blooded killer. I can talk with the enemy. As long as you want me to, of course. Talk, you say? Unexpected, I thought she'd attack on the spot, that she'd write us off as evil invaders. But I appreciate this. As long as we're talking, we should all be able to be face to face, including me. You want me to bring you out? I think that's the best move. The other me has already shown herself. We should try to talk on equal ground. If we can do that, we should be able to earn some of their trust. That much is true. Is she saying she doesn't want me to step out? I know it's dangerous, but they know the risks too. We should at least show them we're willing to do the same. Besides, her purpose is to obtain the regalia, not to fight for the sake of fighting. So it wouldn't hurt to try negotiating first. And when it comes to negotiating, I think I'm much better at this than she is. Dearest, my love senses are tingling. There's no doubt you are my master, the one I fought beside in the Moon's Holy Rail War. Well, technically you're my master's body. How sad to see you in such disarray. Castor, if you've come to make jokes and this conversation is over. Oh my, so very curt, and from a fellow servant of my dear husband. Do you even understand? Do you know how much danger our master is in right now? The mind and body are wavering, so unstable that either or both of them could flicker out at any moment. That's the state they're in. I could disappear at any time. I do feel empty, but hearing it put that way gives me, well, all kinds of feelings. For the first time since I can remember, I feel mortal. On that note, I'd like to make a suggestion. Body dearest, maiden in white, please surrender. To fight in this predicament would be suicide. Come to me, dearest. I can care for you, even without her piece of the regalia, or I could instantly break your contract with Miss Flatty over there, if that's what you wish. What did you say? I was really trying to hold that in, but how could I not say it? How dare you allow my sweetheart to go into battle in this condition? Are you trying to commit murder? You are, aren't you? An unstable digital body can be easily wounded, hard to heal. A trivial scratch could be the end. Don't tell me you didn't know. I've been in that much danger? Her spelling it out like that really makes me think. If Castor's offering to help, should I work with her? Is that my best option, to save myself, the Earth, and the Moon? A good master wouldn't have to ask. I know who Altera is and what she wants. I'm betraying all of humanity by just standing by her side. With that in mind, I should... It wouldn't be right to leave her. Above all else, even humanity and the fate of the world, I am her master. This body is certain of nothing else but that. I don't know why. No one's really given me a reason. At least not one that I can remember. But I, Hakuno Kishinami, am Altera's master. I feel bad for Castor. She seems like she genuinely cares for my well-being, but I don't know her at all. That's why I won't run to her. So I'll say it right out. I won't stop being her master. I've not tried Gil yet. You heard it, Castor. End of negotiations. Besides, this girl's life is in my hands. I've made it clear to her that betrayal is death. There's no way she'll ever escape from. I've betrayed you multiple times. As you can see, I'm fine. Threats aside, I'm your master through thick and thin. No matter what happens to my body, I don't plan on changing that. What are you? I should be there with you, not her. Is she blushing? Is she in love with you? You've not only conquered Miss Saber, but the very vanguard of the Umbral Star? That's amazing, sweetie. How wonderful. Oh, you best prepare yourself. This will get a little rough, but I will take you back. What are you saying? I've never been conquered, not at all. But this master of mine does give me power. More than enough to destroy anyone in my way. What do you mean? What kind of power? No, more questions. Come, I have nothing to say against you. In fact, I owe you a great debt. To show my thanks, I will grant you a merciful death. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Ouch.
力我が手にあり侮りましたね。ルーラーのクラスは魔力消費が激しいので炎の嵐をお前はさらなる成長を望むのか。今日が乗った殲滅する。振り落とされるなよマスター。私の失策です。押し切られてしまいました。まだ足りない。全てを私の足で埋め尽くす。
セクターを落としたか。褒めてやるぞ。
Alright, now I fight Medusa.
私の毒は
I'll hold that Noble Phantasm, though, for the final boss of the chapter.
褒めてやるぞアルテラ。
手強いのさあなたとは性格的に近しいものを感じますね。ここは戦場ですね。出会った以上生き残るのは一気だけ。確かお前とは気が合いそう。もう無残にもがいてもらいましょう。私を狩りに出したものは無心の地我が手にあり全てを消し去ろう。これは少々焦りが過ぎましたが交際回数見て切れ出すか殲滅する。ありがとう。もう少しお役に立てると思って嬉しい。その欲望です。
Okay.
まだ足りない。
Wait, where's the exit?
私の足で埋め尽くす。
Okay, I need to stop that. Now I need to stop the plants.
進行する。
The topmost plant. Alright, Tommo's back. Oh no, it's Karna. Okay. Probably won't be able to stop the topmost plant. It doesn't really matter. I won't be able to capture all the bases right now. It's going to be too many,
奴の宝具は貴様にも効くぞ。
too quickly right now. I'm just going to go for the win.
俺の相手はお前。
心臓兵装が相手だ。せいぜい警戒してやれ雑種。
お前たちの宿命を俺がここで見極めさせてもらおう。
太陽面白い。彼を締める。
Not the direction I was hoping to go.
加減を知らぬのかたわけ。あとで俺の元に来い。
やるのいい攻撃だ。
Oh, Saber Burst Lancer would be a truly one-sided fight in FGO rules. Hey, I completed all the servant missions. They used it over FGO's and Solomon movie. Okay, from the looks of it, I'm still intact so far. No pain, no change I can see. Looks like I won't be disappearing anytime soon. The enemy retreated after losing their Lancer Karna. We scored a victory, but Castor escaped with her piece of the regalia nonetheless. About that Castor's words earlier. Let me repeat myself. I'll never let you out of my sights. So, no, that's not it. That's not what I meant to say. Thank you, Master. And, well, that's all. You heard me. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Make sure you rest well in the cavern. Its healing effects should maintain your condition. You're my master, and I won't let my prisoner die in my care. Farewell for now. We'll meet again in the next battle. Oh, shit. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. I'm so surprised I almost forgot how to breathe. He's not the enemy, he's our ally in theory, so I tell myself there's nothing to fear. But I don't quite believe that. Why is he here? Altera's gone. Are you surprised to see the second in command at home base? Now how does it feel to know the truth about your hollow body? She told you, didn't she? You're an empty shell without a soul or a mind, so most people would cry out to the heavens and crumple into dust, cursing the merciless gods. Given what you've lost, I wouldn't expect much of anything to faze you now. You've always prioritized whatever happened to be right in front of you at the time, and taken whatever you thought was the best path toward that priority. And once you're on that path, all you do is trudge along forward, no matter how difficult it gets. One would think even your optimism would have its limits. Gilgamesh shrugs his shoulders and hurls his taunts with a wry smile, mock amazement in his voice. I can't even begin to understand what he's thinking. No matter. Go on, struggling. Hold fast in your foolishness until the very end. That is the only warning I will give you. Remain resolute, no matter what. Was that warning or some kind of reassurance, or was he teasing me the whole time? Anyway, back to the cavern for now. I need to confirm something. Well, I want to at least. Out of the 3 elements of a digital shell, I'm in a situation where I only have one. Castor told me I'd eventually fade away because of that. So before that happens, I have to retrieve the mind and soul and fuse them into myself. Altera stayed quiet about that. Was it because she didn't want to worry me? Yes. That's why I told you it would only have frightened you more. Or so I have thought. Why is she hanging her head in shame? She was only trying to look out for me. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just as I thought. I had a feeling, but this confirms it. This Altera is much shyer than the Altera on the outside. You think I'll let you say that in front of me? You don't understand. You wouldn't. You're just you're this Titan's... Maybe you don't understand the peril you're in, prisoner. This kind of peril. No matter what I do to you, I won't allow a single complaint, even if you're being squeezed like this. You'll need to know your place. You're my prisoner. You're my... This is actually okay. It's like the first time when I thought she was going to crush me. She's still squeezing me, but not hard. She's soft and warm. Altera's body has a bouncy kind of beauty, and being this close to her skin, to her body, it feels great. Maybe it's the fatigue talking, but I could stay here forever. Just me and this comfy giant monster enveloping my whole self. Yeah. I'm getting sleepy. Every part of me is starting to relax. Careful, I'm not holding on that tightly. If you slide down there, you'll be trouble. From head to toe, I feel a whole different kind of softness. How exactly did I get into this situation? Please stop moving around like that. If you wiggle that much. No, not there. What am I doing? Something naughty here? No, I'm just dancing around happily because you saved me from falling. There's no problem at all. None. Well, if you enjoy this, then I can endure it. Oh, you're so cruel, Master. This is so embarrassing. No problem here, no problem. Right? No problem at all. I think I'll stay like this for a bit longer. Altera's trembling voice is nice on the ears, too. Why is the Master such a bully today? That was, a Nasu-coded scene right there. One day in the stone hut. Stone hut. I can feel her gaze. She's been staring right at me for a while now. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but she's still doing it. I raised my eyes to her just a little. She's clearly looking in this direction. Does she want to say something? Regardless of what it is, I don't know if I can handle this. I ask what's wrong, and then suddenly... Oh, there's nothing wrong. I've been on standby mode. That's part of how I function here in the cavern. So it's nothing out of the ordinary when I stay silent. Nothing at all to do with me being anxious and wanting to talk, but not knowing what to talk about. I almost think she meant the opposite of the last part. If that's the case, let me try to think of a topic she'd like. What exactly is this cavern? Ah, you want to know about the cavern? Very well, I'll tell you, but only because you asked, alright? Fine with me. If she talks, I'll listen. Far be it for me to ruin her good mood. We're inside a piece of the umbral star that was cut off from the main body, like a cockpit of sorts. From far away, it looks like its own little comet, but it's actually kind of a spaceship, with the caveat that it's built for landing only. A cockpit, but I don't see any seat or controls or instruments. I understand the point of the metaphor, but I don't really see the resemblance. Controls are like the reins of a horse or the stick on a plane? Oh, sorry, I get a little technical here, but during the inertial navigation, I handle the controls myself. I'm not a pilot, more like a part of the brake. So in a manner of speaking, there's a control stick. Me. I wonder how that works exactly. Does she adjust the way she sits or something? The term autopilot comes to mind. So I guess this place is cramped by what I assume are Titan standards, because it was designed to seat just her. Yes, this space is only meant for me. Normally I have enough room in here to do what I need to do. I see, but wait, what if she grew? Would it be too tight for her then? You're worried about me. Thank you, Master, but please have no fear. It's true I can grow by absorbing some mana, but this cavern is set to accommodate those changes. Put another way, no matter my size, this cavern is always set to be just big enough. There isn't really a traditional door here. No clear way in or out. More to the point, it doesn't look like Altera has any way out of here. Why is that? There isn't a door because this isn't a room as you think of it. This place is effectively its own dimension. You can't ever leave it. I can't ever leave it of my own volition. That's why there's no door. But there's no such space, at least not for me. But it's big enough for me to sleep in, and at least... Maybe you can come to think of it like as a bedroom, too. I'll do my best to make it cozy. You're my first customer to pass through the cracks in the walls. She laughs as she says that, but is that sadness I see in her eyes? Might just be my imagination, but I definitely felt a hint of a cloud behind her smile. Loneliness, solitude, that's what I felt for a moment for her. Of course, I don't know if she has human feelings or expresses them in the way humans do. But if she does, then wouldn't she be happy about being stuck in a cavern for all those thousands of years? Wouldn't she want to be free? Free, you say? Oh, so you were thinking of it in that way. No, I have my own freedom, in that I've obtained a contractor. So I don't want to be free because I already am. I can move outside the cavern just like a servant. To me, it's a wonderful experience. I feel like we might be talking past each other. Here Altera's free, sure, but I was talking about the Titan specifically. No, I can't leave this cavern. This is my world. I can't get myself out, so there's no point in trying. And so... Well, it can't be any other way. What's the deal with the treasure? What's the deal with the Mountain of Treasure? It is treasure, right? That's obvious. So it does represent mana from Seraph or some sort of Spiritron resource? Oh, do you like it? Riches, glory, humans long for those things. What you see here, I made out of Spiritrons. It comes from a certain dream of mine, from being a hero fighting rivals on the outside. That experience sticks with me. Apparently, I really did sleep on a pile of treasure like this once, out there. So I built all this to recreate that. I'd love if it were more, well, cute things in the mix, but I suppose these are all spoils of war, so it wouldn't fit the theme very well. Anyway, who doesn't like shiny things? You like them, don't you? Oh, hold up. You don't need to scoop it all like that. And you definitely don't have to hold it over my head. Great, it's like I'm standing under a bulldozer.
遠慮しなくても
Oh, don't be shy. Here, let me give you all this, okay? I don't need this. I couldn't even carry this much. And I don't have use for it. Besides... Ah!
ほらザザ
Now, ba-boom! What a wonderful waterfall. This must be what kings dream about.
ーほら
Oh no, no running. You can't get away from me.
私
Just give up and accept my generosity.
地上では
I've heard that the greatest luxury on earth is a bath full of gold. Please drown yourself in it, my prisoner.
ゆっくり溺れてくださいね私のマスター
That day, Hakuno died because a coin hit her head too hard. She heard wrong. Gold baths are tacky, and bathing in gold is physically impossible. She hasn't stopped pouring on me. I think she's going to crush me to death. Oh, really? Is that true? Oh,
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. I failed again. I got carried away. I thought you would enjoy it, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Unable to leave their own dimension, but terminals can experience life and interact with the outside world. Yep. You see that a few times in Fate in general, actually. Death by 1,000 gold coins. That's not how physics work.
拙いものですが少しくらいは過ごし
It's not the best quality, but I thought it might make things more livable.
用意してみました
I made it myself. I hope it suits your taste. So this is what she was working on earlier. Well, it's much nicer than the old cage, so I can't complain.
回復効果は
It'll heal you more than the old cage did too, so please rest easy. Now then, good night. Sweet dreams, my cute, misbehaved being prisoner. Sweet dreams, huh? What does that mean to her exactly? She only had one sweet dream as far as I know. And it seems to have the happiest experience in her life, so she's wishing me the same happiness tonight. Elizabeth and the hero Altera said the same thing, about her being an apocalyptic death machine. But is that really true? I know Hero Altera and Titan Altera are different in some ways, but there's certain calmness to both of them. So why would she continue to serve the Emerald Star? Just before I fall asleep, a sense of uncertainty fills my chest. She's going easier on me now, but is that some kind of error in her programming? Ah, we're actually fighting Tomo here.
ご気分は
How are you feeling? You can move around the cavern as much as you'd like now. I won't lock you up anymore. I can make the cage more comfortable, but I'm sure you'd prefer not to be locked up at all, wouldn't you? On one hand, it's nice to have my own room, but preferably not that one. Really, it's more like I'm definitely getting curious. It may be late to ask, but I wonder why she made that cage in the first place.
手に
My hand.
手に閉じ込めた
When I had caught you in my hand, I could have crushed you at any moment, even by accident, so...
いいえ
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't know what to do. You're a human, fragile and temporary. If I were to apply a tiny bit of pressure, you'd be done for. With you in front of me, I didn't have a single clue on how I should act. And that's why I built the cage. If I stored you away carefully, at least I wouldn't have to worry about breaking you. Oh, so that's why. Her words aren't very clear, but I understand. The cage wasn't made to lock me away, but to protect me from her.
これまでの時間
After all this time, I'm slowly beginning to understand my limits. I will no longer treat you so carelessly, and that's because you're my one and only prisoner. Well, that settles that. I may have pressed her harder than I had to. It makes sense when you think about it. Altera knows how it feels to be locked in a cage. Someone like her wouldn't lock someone else up out of malice. Why are you apologizing? You don't need to. Inside or outside of the cage, you will always be my prisoner. That won't change. By the way, about the servants we're up against, Castor. I wonder what Altera thinks of her. She's a regalia wielder, obviously, and she wanted to negotiate. She'd say that she and Altera share the same husband. It's a shame negotiations broke down.
キャスターについて
What do I think of her? Well, what do you mean by that exactly? Asking that sort of question. I can definitely say our encounter didn't proceed as efficiently as
人間
it
と
could
し
have.
ての私は確かに十分とは言えない振る舞いをしましたでも
But
でも
but don't you think you're at least partly responsible for that? Huh? You think so?
そう
I would like to think so. No. Well, what I'm trying to say is that maybe both you and I are not to blame, but... Now she's quiet. What's wrong? I didn't think that question would bother her like this.
キャスター
Castor, Tomo Namae, she's a proper servant of yours. To be exact, you made a contract with her back when you were complete to me.
虜にし
Ooh. An old acquaintance of the one I made my prisoner. Well, that's... Well, it's... What did you just say just now? So it bothers me to hear you talk about her that way. It makes me feel like there's this pressure on my chest. She made a contract with you despite not being a traditional heroic spirit. At least not in the sense of her origin. We have that in common. And just like me, she stayed by your side, as a smaller part of a larger being. It's very hard to put into words. Is she jealous? The way she's expressing herself and carrying herself right now, I'm not very familiar with emotions or signals, but I think this might be what jealousy looks like. The nicer answer is we don't have to talk about it, so... But I almost wondered if the bond would go up with the jealousy comment. Try nice. Damn it. Making me have to go back to the main menu. Dah. Haku no Kaneri Kishinami. That's not it. It can't be. I have never felt what you call jealousy before. Not ever. Never. Do you hear me, my prisoner? Okay. First things first, I want to do some insta skills. Okay. All right. In theory, if I want to keep the run speed, yeah, I'm gonna. That'll help that because I don't really think I need more attack power, but I do need to get that Extella gauge faster. Can I at least make one of these? Then cure resist flame. Alright, let's see what the next fight is. Electricity arena traps. Okay. Looking at this, I see a servant directly south, which 2 plants. Okay. Hey, I'm actually at the recommended level this time. Do you like it? I hope so. I tried to program a Central Asian dish from, well, memory. Not really from my own experience. Did I make chickpea taste right? Thank you, and please, there's nothing to worry about. It was delicious. As for the chickpea paste, well, I think it might be the first time I've eaten it. I want to say you're supposed to spread it on bread, but either way, it was fine. Apparently, it even has healing factors. Between that and the rest, I've gotten my power feels top-notch. Almost makes me want to jump out and run around. So you like to jump around. I see. I can make you some exercise equipment if you like. If I gather more discarded information in the Zero Dark, I can make even more entertaining things too. I've never actually been much for tool building, but I can learn. So if there's anything you want, please ask me. I'll do my best to make it for you. Because I'm your servant, and I want to thank you for calling me that. I'm sorry. The time has come. I was hoping we could stay here longer. That ring is the sound of an unavoidable battle. We're up against the Blue Caster, She was your former subservient. One of the servants who fought alongside you in the Holy Grail War. Someone who pledged their loyalty to you. I'll understand if you need some time to think about that. The bell does indeed signify an approaching enemy. Here Altera should already be out there preparing herself. Let's go. So says your master. Wait, oh, one thing first. She told me to ask if I had something I wanted. What about her? What does she want? I've been saying it from the start. My purpose is to invade Seraph, take over the moon cell, destroy the Earth, and harvest its remains. There's nothing else. That's the only reason I exist. I see. Well then, the Altera out there is more direct than this one, I think. Yesterday I said she was shy, but I don't think that's quite the right word. Anyway, the bell's still ringing. Time to get out there and face the music. What do I want? But what? Simple question, right? That master of yours really knows how to push your buttons without even trying. If someone treated me like that, I'd make them kneel down in front of me and then stab the hell out of them. And why even ask that? Everyone knows the answer. Right, Altera? All you want to do is wake up from this little playhouse dream of yours, yeah? Because think about it, your relationship with that little squirrel is a nightmare. I'm being serious here. A monster and her sacrifice trying to play house together? That's a hell of a nightmare. Predator and prey holding hands. Seriously? Is there anything more grotesque than that? It makes my bloodbaths look adorable. Don't you think so? I don't need you to tell me. Fuse the 3 regalia into one and then take over the moon cell core. That's the order from the Umbral Star. And it's what your patron expects. Oh, you mean Archimedes? Forget that gloomy little loser. I mean, he did give me my powers, but I don't really want what he wants, if you follow me. What I want to see is how your story ends. At first it was just an eyesore, but I like how it's gotten all twisted. That bond of trust between humans and monster. This friendship, what is this, romance? It's gross, yeah, but it's entertaining gross. And the best part is knowing that it can't work out. So how will it end for you two, I wonder? Oh, what? Did I hurt your feelings? Oh, scary. You're gonna crush this little minion now. Is this the end for me? Don't get it wrong. Haku no Kishinami is a disposable tool, nothing more. This has nothing to do with trust. What are you talking about? You think I don't see it between you two? If you're going to play dumb, I'll just kill you right now here. Not saying I'll survive, but I will take you with me. Kidding. Did I overestimate the Vanguard's sense of humor? My mistake. But seriously, you need to sort yourself out here. Are you trying to conquer the moon cell for the Umbral Star, or for yourself and your master? Same result either way, but your reasons do make a difference here. Because if it's the latter, well, we kinda want the same thing then, and we can't both have it. No, there's nothing I want, and that I couldn't have if I did. Because what you desire, you have to destroy, right? Great, see, now you're thinking like a monster. Go ahead and break, go ahead and kill. Monsters can't have anything for themselves. Not any other way. But whatever we destroy, it's ours forever. That's all we get in life. You and I are not the same. I want to think we're different. Sure. Well, guess I ought to join the fight this time. Archimedes is watching, so I've got to put on a good show for him. Be the good little servant he thinks I am. But you know, Altera, if you'd quit dragging those giant heels and just start stomping everything, this would go a whole lot faster. If I become that Titan, then everything would fall into place. I don't want that. I don't ever want to be Sepher. You're acting like a schoolgirl. They're here. They made it sooner than I expected. I thought they'd be a bit more hesitant this time. Other regalia wielders are my enemies. No matter how important they might be to you, it will be my first priority to strike them down. My other half may have tried to make you more comfortable. I won't. I'll fight and destroy. That's it. Here Altera's words were nothing if not clear. No questions about me. All she's focused on right now is the Regalia.
そうだ
That's right. I'll defeat them and restore you to peak condition. That's right. The way she said it feels different than before. I shouldn't bother her about it right now, but the battle is about to begin.
行くぞ
Let's go. The second piece of the Regalia is right there ahead of us. Yeah. Yeah. Liz kinda on an off redemption arc. In fairness, with this particular Liz, it's kinda Tomomo's fault. When will I awaken from this dream?
招かれざる客人がいらっしゃるようですねお二人とも
Alright, I'm gonna have to see this servant immediately. Trap. I might need to restart this.
かかりましたねあなた方ごとこのセクターを封じましたいつまでも衰えない封印ですサーバント大尊ですというわけでざまあご覧なさいまし今のうちにアグレッサー軍団ゴーです 強戦士立ちはだかれば破壊するまで全てを消し去ろうその文明を破壊するそこだ
That's not what I meant to do. Okay. I'm not worried about it taking a... And I've got time before it takes 3. Where's the aggressor? Can I kill it? All right, moving.
全てを私の足で埋め尽くす。
制圧したの？ラッキー、やるじゃない。
プラントで好き勝手に倒すべきは何か分かっているな。負けずし無視炎の私を止められない。
Boom. This one's not quite close enough, and there is a
作戦変更です。タマモ軍総攻撃です。
了解した。カルナ出るぞ。
急ぐぞマスター。
何よ何よ、死んじゃうじゃない。
プラントがいる。我がトリコ先にあれを始末するぞ。
もうダメかも。救援はまだなの？
無視砕け散れ決めろ。味方は攻められている。急ぐぞ。我が軍が敗北寸前とは。急げマスター。砕け散れこの体であると
not happening. And now go deal with the servant.
切れたわ。パタンキューブ。
敵のレジムマトリックスが完成してしまう。もう後がないぞマスター。我が軍を奇襲だと。
俺の相手はお前か。
我が軍を奇襲だと。愚かな。
止まるがいい。破壊の大王。お前の進化はあまりにも苛烈すぎる。
英霊カルナ。
やるね。いい攻撃だ。
私を止めてみろ。
どう切り返す？こいつめ。お前だ。こいつめ。お前の強さは本命。
早急に撃破。全てを消し去ろう。その文明を破壊する。私は止められない。逆らうな。いらぬ手間を取った。次の戦場に急ごう。
ようやく防衛したか。その程度の差し、そちらで何とかせよ。
Arena traps.
セクタートラップか。怪物には慣れているだろ。我が取り込みを。プラン好き勝手に倒すべきは何か分かっているなマスター。コードキャストを使え。ダダッ。ありがとう。まだだ。そこだ。 長できるらしい。
All right.
まだ足りない。すべてを私の足で埋め尽くす。進行する。プラントがいる。我がトリコ。先にあれを始末するぞ。砕け散れ。消えろ。まだそこだ。その文明を破壊する。炎の私を。炎の私を。私は止められない。全てを消し去ろう。
加減を知らぬのかたわけ。後で俺の元に来い。ねぎらってくれる。
全てを消し去ろう。
I still have plenty of time before that plant becomes active. All right. And I've won. I don't really need to stop the invasions now. Alright, where's the servant appearing? I've got my theories on what's going on with B6G, but really, I kind of figure I've learned that I don't really have the ability to, like, you can't always predict what's going to happen with the beasts. Where's the portal? Oh, there it is. There you are, Caster. Yes, here I am, Vanguard of the Emerald Star. Normally I'd ask you to hear me out again, but before it comes to violence, but this time it seems our actions will speak louder than words. And not even because you're unsuitable for my poor dear husband. Well, even that, one thing is clear. You're an enemy of the world, am I wrong? You are absolutely correct. I am the enemy of civilization, and of you. I'm not even a real heroic spirit. Well, we all have our little deviations from the norm, but let's not get into that. Yes. No matter who you are, my sweetheart's nature is to try to understand you and offer you a hand. Just like with me. So nothing else needs to be said. Come, my dearest. Her eyes, the color of the sun, stare at me. For that moment, she ignores Altera completely. I can feel how precious Hakuno Kishinami is to that caster. How much she meant every word she said. As much as I appreciate that, I can't go with her. Not that I want to destroy the world, but I'll never stop being her master. I understand. It tears my heart to hear it, but I'm happy for you. This is just who you are. You come across someone who's only known rejection and betrayal, and you stick with them to the end. That resolution to be true to yourself. You are, and always will be, my master. Now prepare yourselves. I, Toa no Mai, will come at you with everything I have. I'm happy as she is. Whoever I was before they chose the right servant. Toa no Mai, her true name. It fits her so perfectly. Here we go. Indeed, let us have a fair duel. I will not retreat this time. Altera, it's time to duel.
ここで終わらせます。お覚悟を。キャスター、お前の話。無心の力。我が手にある。
あれはレガリアで自信を強化した。貴様といえど油断はできんぞ。あれはレガリアで自信を強化した。貴様といえど油断はできんぞ。
この程度の時間にマジ豆腐に抜かれすぎ焼き石に念仏ですよ。
前方失敗。始めてますね。そろそろ本気を出さないとまずいかも。
あれはレガリアで自信を強化した。貴様といえど油断はできんぞ。
やはり神階級は罪。あなたが強いわけではないのです。
Dear God, some people play their music way too loud. I'm not right next to a parking lot, mind you, so if you guys are hearing the reverberating of people's music driving by, I'm not that close to the street. Alright. No, I failed Altera. I'm a failure. Master,
この身が
even if my body turns to dust.
その覚悟。
That resolution to stay who you are. You are and always will be my master. Forgive me. At the very instant when that tricolored sword strikes down, cast her down, a sound almost escapes me, a scream, a cry. A great sense of loss overwhelms my entire being. Caster, Tomo no Mae, Tohaku no Kishinami, she was irreplaceable. I thought I had nothing left within me, but the weight of her loss is pushing down on my chest. I tell myself I didn't make her decisions, or Altera's. Master of the soul, sleep within the second regalia, and await for the time of fusion. Her words are so calm and quiet, it's hard to imagine the magnificent battle that just took place. A killing machine, the embodiment of destruction, the truth of those words hit home. But I know she's more than that. When the other Haku no Kishinami fell together, she understood what it meant. One day we might fall like that. In fact, I imagine it's almost certain. But even now now, I found someone who lived all alone for 14 millennia. I wanted to do something about it. Just to confirm for myself that this empty vessel with no memories or experience had a heart of a true human. The second regalia, or a piece of the whole, will be to be precise. The fusion, we can hold off until we've gathered the third piece. Your condition is stable for now. You're still safe. Can you see it?
今回の
What we've gained through this victory?
すでに
We've already conquered 70% of Seraph. By the time we gain the third regalia, we'll have the rest as well.
あのキャスターと
With that caster and the other you left behind, and perhaps a few things will survive in the wake of that destruction. I wonder if they'll punish me for thinking that. Those words stick with me. Survive? Which things, if any, does she want to spare? Am I misunderstanding her? Oh, I should tell you something. Soon I will no longer be able to maintain this aspect of myself.
セラフの進
The invasion of Seraph will advance, and when the fused regalia is completely destroyed, dawn will break on the Zero Dark.
そうなれば
When that happens, my duty will have been
月
fulfilled.
に食い込んだ
The tier of the star, the arc of the stars, if you prefer, will automatically pierce the moon cell core and take complete control of the moon.
星船さえ
Once that happens, I have no further need to act like a servant,
私が石室の私は
and the one in the cavern will no longer need to dream.
夢を
I don't really understand what she's saying. I assume the arc or tier of the stars is that piece, is that space vessel that came from the umbral star and pierced the moon. Somehow it apparently exists in both physical and digital form. So I don't have the details straight, but by no longer needing to dream, does she mean the Titan in the cavern will be set free?
いいや違う
No, that's not it.
偽名領域
When dawn comes, the Zero Dark will no longer exist as such, and neither will I, so my dream will end.
お前たちは言うだろう
How is it humans say it? Something about along the lines of the dead no longer dream? I had no idea. Maybe there's something I still don't understand here, but this sounds so unfair. Altera wants to be free. She said so in the cavern, I'm sure of it. The dead no longer dream. So what? You fought all this way and laid hands on Castor just to bring your own death on sooner?
私に
No, we have no choice. I'm sorry.
そういうものを
I wouldn't even know what to do with any freedom if I had it.
私は
I'm empty. I'm not like you humans. But rest assured, even if I disappear or turn to stone,
この私
we
は
will
あなたに
protect you.
絶対に
I won't ever let you die, because you have become my master. She just says that. It sounds like she doesn't want to face the problem. Conveniently, my controller always dies near the very end of the stream. Or it doesn't even die. It just disconnects and doesn't want to connect anymore. Well, maybe not. But what did she mean by rest assured and turning to stone? What exactly is reassuring about that? Maybe Altera wants to ignore this whole problem, but I don't. Dying can't possibly be what Altera in the cavern dreams about. I asked her to tell me the truth without hiding anything.
本当
The truth? Yes, the whole story. I want her to tell me how she really feels about everything that's happened to her. I won't move until she tells me. There's nothing she can do to make me budge, not even crushing me. She said she was empty, but I'm pretty sure I have her beat there. I tell her not to worry about burdening me with her troubles. This body's got room for them. Please, I tell her. I want to know everything about you. About how you spent all those years alone.
そんなに
You're so small,
あなたはすごい
and yet you're so amazing. This is the first time I've been overwhelmed by a human. I can't promise this conversation will be very interesting. I mean, it is about me.
たちにとって
Most of what's in my head is information on my enemies, the humans. It's useful for fighting them, but I don't think it's what you're looking for. That said, I will tell you if you want. 14,000 years ago, the Umbral Star sent me here, and I destroyed everything in sight.
千と数百年前
And then came the dream about someone who lived as Attila about 1,000 years back.
あなたに
I'll tell you about it. Her story basically matches the dream I saw, her dreams, her memories. But there's one major difference. Altera talks about what she saw, what she felt. Loneliness, emptiness, inspiration, the guilt of all the lives she destroyed. And then, one single wish was born deep within her heart. A wish to leave something behind. The wish blossomed in like a life being born, like a civilization being built. But with no one to share it with no hopes of ever coming true. Her wish languished alone. She didn't wish it on the Umbral Star or the Holy Grail, but on the darkness of the cavern for 14,000 years. And the darkness answered only with silence for an incomprehensibly long time. There she was, in a dream she couldn't wake from, sinking further and further. I can't imagine how lonely and sad that must have been. Oop. There was no God here to save her, no Holy Grail, no one. But still, she continued to wish and wish. Huh. It actually started us directly in the next chapter. Like, there was no, like, let's rest. Fun. Okay. I'm not going to jump into this or do this, because I'm going to have to do the dialogue again next time anyways. It'll say it's new dialogue. So we're going to go to the main menu. This is going to be it for today on gameplay. I'll probably be cutting the stream here soon, too. But let me move us to a chatting screen. Oh, dear God, that is beautiful. Huh. Okay, chatting screen. Ooh. Mess around here a little bit. There we go. All right. So I was in the middle of gameplay, or more or less, when I saw it, so I didn't comment on it too much. 6G, Amaterasu Daji or Tomo variant, it would kind of make some sense, like doing just to parallel the Nero connection. At the same time, I almost don't think that's the direction they're going to go with it, especially because 6 is already so connected to Arthur in the prototype lore, the Beast of 666. I think we are largely sticking with something connected to prototype in some way. My genuine theory is that it will probably be... we probably are looking at Beast 6G just being Proto Merlin. I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but that just to me makes the most sense with just how things played out with Monica in the Arthur connection. Well, Monica, so Beast 666 and Prototype Fragments is not Monica. Monica is like the one that's like basically brings B66 forward and is directly connected to B666, but there's clearly a lot more going on with B666 than just Monica. Although I do think Monica will have a part in whatever they do in FGO, because she kind of has to. Yeah, I do think it will be 666 will, like, we will eventually have like Monica step into the story of FGO. I'm just not sure when and how, and I don't think she's going to be the like, because it's going to be something to do with it. At least it's going to be Monica or Proto Merlin, or because those just feel like the most tied to the prototype things they could do there. Yeah. I have a very similar thought there, is that if they wanted to do Berserker Jack for a Strange Fate collab, it would just be Flat wearing the pocket watch, and you might see like references to different forms of Berserker Jack hopping in and out of battles, like 100 Personas, like the 100 Personas animations. I think the weirder question is, who is Beast 5? And yeah, I have no idea. The Beast, like, at this point, we're kind of in a limbo with the Beasts, because 5 has to come sooner or later, but we already kind of know what's going on with the other half of 6. And then obviously there's everything in FGO regarding 7. Yeah, Altera conquered her way into like just having really, really OP servants on her side. Look, I don't put it out of the question that Beast 5 shows up in Ordeal Call 4, but also I don't put it out of the question that the other half of B6 is an ordeal call for either. The reason I don't think it's out of the question for the other half of B6 to be an ordeal call for is because B6 between both Nero and the even the original like idea of the Beast of 666 is very much honing in on the idea of an Antichrist. And Beast or an ordeal call for is going directly into rulers who are originally supposed to be saints. Normally we are looking at more biblical characters that end up that way. Not always, but mostly. Especially if we're dealing with Dante Alighieri and the circles of hell. It seems likely this chapter is going to have a lot of references to Christianity and the biblical stories and the various apocryphal stories from it. Altera's interesting to me. Altera's just... I like Altera so far. I find it really interesting that the extra 2 chapters we have in this story come from Altera not giving Hakuno any kind of control. Like both chapters 1 and 2, you go right into with no menus, and you don't even unlock a menu till chapter 3, which is I do find that to be good story, like thematic, like weaving into the gameplay. We have anything coming up in FGO this... Well, we have Ilia's Castle. I'm excited for Ilia's Castle just because I could use a farming event. Like a pretty casual farming event I can just play when I want to play some FGO. Interesting she's split in 2. Like, who? Altera? I'm not surprised about the split in 2, but I think that's just because I know like some of the broader strokes of Extella's story to begin with. Why there's a giant Altera in Hakuno's animations. I mean, I've known about giant Altera. That's the thing. I'm not unspoiled to Extella. I'm not unspoiled from most of the extra stories. I was honestly the most unspoiled about the original extra. Everything else, I know like some of the broad strokes of. So I knew about giant Altera. I knew that this story was generally speaking Hakuno learning to bond with giant Altera. I just didn't know the details of it and like how things sort of weave together. I'm excited to get to Extella Link eventually. I've heard the story's not as good, and I know it's a lot shorter, so it might not be that many streams, unless I go back to it multiple times over, like just when I want to go back to it. The problem is Extella Link's just really hard to go in to do because I can't stream it here on YouTube. I have to move it over into Twitch, and then I'm still like working out the logistics of what the VOD situation is going to look like. Yeah, we'll get to Extella Link when we get there, and I'm sure I'll come... Extella Link's short enough to where I'll probably end up coming back to it after it's done, because once Extella Link is done, we're kind of out of, like, the big Fate games. Like, obviously, I can turn around and do, like, Cooking with the Emiya Household, or read, like, I don't know, if I wanted to, I could probably read Hollow Ataraxia on stream. I don't really want to. But I do have to return to Fate at some point, so Extella Link's a good option for that if I don't want to do a full new playthrough of Fate Extra. Yeah, Fate Extra Record is probably going to be the next big Fate thing that we play on the channel. after Extella Link. Because I do think I'll finish Extella Link before Extra Record comes out, because there's no way it comes out before Anniversary. I'm probably finishing Extella in May. Maybe June, if I need to do multiple streams for Ordeal Call for. And that's when if we're going to get an announcement of a release date for Extra Record this year, it'll be at Anniversary in August in JP. So my expectation is we're not looking at Extra Record any earlier than October this year, if not early 2026 or very, very late 2025. Have a good day, TR Origins. Yeah, like, it's gonna be late this year, and we are going to finish Extella Link before that late this year. That's not gonna take us that long. Discord exclusive VODs. Can you post long recordings into Discord? I don't think I can post giant videos into Discord, can I? Actually, Tacos... Or not Taco... Who said Discord VODs? Yeah, Tacos. Let me look into that. Discord... Oh yeah, no, there ain't no way in hell that we manage a Discord VOD, because I would actually be open to that if that was something that could be done. The problem with a Google Drive link is Google Drive also has video limits, and our Google Drive we do actually use to pass around videos for editing. So I would basically need to not only create a secondary Google Drive for extra VODs, I would also need to turn around and pay a subscription just for the Extella Link VODs to stay at. So it's a little complicated because Google Drive does not fit VODs that large. I'll look into options. I'll talk it over with Seki, because she is planning on expanding our Google Drive. But it would be a little bit unwieldy to store even one run of Extella Link's story for VODs on the Google Drive. Right now, our best option is having a secondary channel just for Twitch VODs. Or alternatively... a secondary channel just for Twitch VODs. Or alternatively, if I'm worried about that channel being struck down and risking my own ability, like I'm risking the main channel on a ban evasion kind of deal, then I would have to turn around and do... basically, I would wait until I'm done streaming it on Twitch, and then upload the entire playthrough as one VOD, so that if it gets struck down, or if it gets removed, it's a copyright strike, one copyright strike on one channel, and I'm not risking the main channel. Dropbox, Dailymotion, or other cloud services is an option. That is an option. I've thrown around a few different possibilities. Like, there's a few different things we could try to do for VODs. And no matter what, Twitch, I don't think Extella Link is, it's not risky to stream it on Twitch, to my understanding. So, the Twitch VODs will be available, and I do believe I can favorite a certain amount of hours of VODs. So, it will be available on Twitch to the best of my ability. I just need to look into how to do that, and if I can do that with just a starter Twitch channel that we have. In good news, though, I feel comfortable enough streaming the Next Ordeal Call on YouTube. So the Next Ordeal Call and FGO I'm keeping on YouTube. I think, yeah, at this point I feel comfortable keeping it there. So you don't have to worry about jumping over to Twitch for that. And we'll throw around different options for Extella Link. I think I will do the YouTube super video VOD because Extella Link is only, how long could I do a super video? Fate, Extella Link, how long to beat? Oh yeah, I could do a super video, 9.5 hours or so, for the main story. Yeah, no, what I'll do for YouTube is I'll upload a single super video onto a secondary channel and post a link to that video on our main channel, and I will add it to the Extella playlist on the main channel. That's probably how I'm going to go about that for YouTube. And then I'll try to keep it on Twitch in case that particular video gets struck down on YouTube. All right, well, I think that's actually, no. Someone did ask about hints for the next video, and I do want to check that because I don't know the next video off the top of my head. I haven't done the community post for this week yet. I don't even know what Seki's streaming plans are this week. She says she is streaming. Let's see. So, Great Ace Attorney just went up. So, yeah. Oh, I gotta edit a video soon. I need to ask Seki to drop that into the drive. Okay. So our next video that's going up, that should be going up Monday, unless Seki has a bit of a delay on editing, which she's had a couple delays on editing lately. Durarara is going up, the podcast for Durarara. And then following that, Seki Reacts that Friday. I didn't actually look at the comments of Miss Crane to see if anyone guessed the next Seki Reacts or not. Do I have a hint? I got a hint for you guys for that one. Okay, I'll say this. This servant got a buff that made them really, really cracked when used with Castoria. So yeah, that's what we're doing next. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I hope you all have a good one.